Okay, let's see where I have it. Sentence. So I used to not have any picture here. Now I will have a picture. I updated my account.
Okay. I lost
Yeah.
you for a minute there. I'm glad you're back.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay. Session. Email. Oh.
Hello, President Chima. How are you?
Hello,
I
Superintendent Thompson.
I sent you a revised talking points list for closed session because I had left off the readmissions, and so if you go to your email, it should be at the top of your email.
Yeah, I have three: my desktop, my phone, and my iPad. Yeah, so it did not update so far. Let's see. It might do it right now.
I just sent it, so it should be. I was going through the list and I realized, oh, okay,
Yeah.
we left
Okay.
off the readmissions, and that's 3.5 is what that is.
Okay, first we have to open the meeting in the outdoor.
That's right.
Yeah, I see it. 4:56. Yeah, 4:53. Operator close door. Okay. So maybe I can just leave from this meeting and open it in the closed session.
Oops.
I'll shoot her a quick text.
Yeah. Welcome back, President Chima. You're back.
I was planning to go to the other schools, they're not as close to me, but I didn't get a chance.
Okay.
I think you're in. Sounds like you're in closed session, and we can hear you.
Yeah. Let me just
Yeah, I was like
bring it more down. The voice. Can you still hear it?
Yes. Oh no, I can hear you, but not the other.
Not the okay. So okay.
We're ready when you are.
Yes, almost there. Almost there. Okay. Be ready? I would like to call to order the Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, June 1st, 2021. This meeting will be conducted completely online. Executive Order N-29-20 supersedes the prior instructions and prohibits a gathering space, even if social distancing guidelines are followed. To participate in this online meeting, please see the link on our website. Live streaming on YouTube will begin at approximately 6 p.m. when we reconvene to open session. The URL for YouTube live streaming may be found on New Haven Unified School District's webpage just before the meeting reconvene to open session. Are there any speakers for the closed session items?
There are no speakers.
There being no speakers for closed session, the board will now leave open session and go to the closed session. Thank you.
There's an issue with the invite for the panelists. The rest of the board will be in shortly.
Thank you. Okay. Is Michael trying to join?
I'm assuming so. I'll see if I can get a hold of him.
Welcome. Should we start? Okay, my video is being cut. The board will now convene open session and report out from closed session. The Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, June 1st, 2021 will be conducted completely online. Executive Order N-29-20 supersedes prior instructions and prohibits a gathering space, even if social distancing guidelines are followed. Live streaming on YouTube will begin now for the open session of the Board of Education meeting. The URL for YouTube live streaming may be found on the New Haven Unified School District Board of Education webpage just before the meeting begins. Now, if you would like to provide public comment for this meeting, you may do so by utilizing the raise your hand option in Zoom, or if you are calling in by phone, please press *9 and wait to be called on. There were no comments provided ahead of this meeting to the board via the public comment at New Haven Unified School District -K12-CA-US email. Additionally, we want to remind the public that board will not be responding to questions posed by those making public comments this evening. Relative to closed session item number 3.1 through 3.2 and 3.4 through 3.5, there was no action taken by the board. Relative to the item number 3.3, the board in closed session by unanimous vote voted to rescind its offer of employment to an applicant for an administrative position. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Canlis.
Here.
Gonzalez.
Here.
Nishihira.
Here.
Swen Mallory.
Here.
Chima.
Here. Agenda item number 5.2. May I have a motion and a second to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved. Seconded.
Roll call, please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye.
Swen Mallory.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 5.3, land acknowledgement. We want to open this meeting by acknowledging with respect and love that the land we are on today is the traditional ancestral homeland of the Ohlone Chochenyo First People. We recognize and thank the Ohlone people as the original stewards of this land. Indigenous people must not be spoken about in the past context as if they left on their own accord when the real causes were white supremacy, manifest destiny, and US colonization. By recognizing we stand on the occupied indigenous territory of the Ohlone people, we recommit ourselves to listen to Native leadership and stand in solidarity with people struggling against systems of oppression throughout the world, past and present. Thank you. So next agenda item number 6.1. It's hearing of visitors on topics not on agenda. Because of the COVID-19 shelter-in-place order, the district has provided the opportunity for community members to address the board via email at public comment at New Haven Unified School District K12-K12-CA-US. The deadline to submit a request was today at 2 p.m. and no emails were received. Are there any community members that wish to address the board on topics that are not on agenda? Please raise your hand. I do see some raised hands. I will call on everyone one at a time. I will unmute you when it's your turn to speak. Please keep your comments to 2 minutes. Speakers that go over 2 minutes will be muted. Thank you. So I do see a raised hand from Ken Radden. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Board of Ed. It is nice to be here, and I thank you for allowing me to have the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I'm a citizen and resident of Hayward, and I'm here this evening to speak to you about, for the last couple and a half years, probably even longer, I get in my mail, and my neighbors get it too. It's a very nice recruiting device for students wishing to enroll in the New Haven Unified School District. The problem is I'm a resident of Hayward. I'm also on the Board of Education in Hayward, and I've gotten some requests from some of my constituents calling me every time this happens and saying, are you aware of this? Are you aware of this? Are you aware of this? So I'm aware of it, and I would really like it to stop. If there is a way that you can make that happen, we in Hayward would certainly appreciate it. Those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming out and speaking. That's it. I don't see any other raised hands. Next agenda item is 7.1. Are there any community 7.1 hearing of visitors on topics on agenda? Are there any community members that wish to address the board on topics that are on the agenda? Please raise your hands. I do see some hands. I will call on everyone one at a time. I will unmute you when it's your turn to speak. Please keep your comments to 2 minutes. Speakers that go over 2 minutes, they will be muted. So raised hands. I did see one raised hand.
Ms. Colleen Heislet, she's already been allowed permission to speak.
Oh, okay, that's why she lowered her hand. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to speak on agenda item 13.3. When you're looking at the co-curricular coaching positions for Logan, I forget how far down it is in the page. There are 45 coaching positions there. 11 are women. I'm not sure where equity in the district comes in when that are the proportion numbers that you have. When you look at that list compared to the one 2 months ago, 2 agendas ago, you're looking at 70 coaching positions with 17 or 18 women coaches. For every reason you hire a male coach, you should be hiring a female coach. It's that simple. To be that far out of whack with your numbers is just ridiculous. And it comes down to lack of effort and not trying.
Thank you. Next agenda item is 8, recognition, presentation, and/or action. 8.1, strategic plan update. Dr. Thompson. Oh, I do see lower all hands, so I don't know why my hand was up. So Dr. Thompson.
Thank you. So I am going to share my screen here real quick. And it is that time of year. Well, it's I guess it's new to us. We are at the end of our first year of a 3-year strategic plan, and it's time for our annual update. Let's see if I can share it with you. Let me pull this up. Here we go. Hang on. Let's try this. There we go. All right. So we are have the pleasure tonight of being able to share with the board where we're at with our strategic plan, and we're going to cover. Oh shoot! Hang on. All right, I'm not going to be able to see. I can clearly. Oh, there you are. Okay. Oh, good. So what we'll cover tonight is kind of just a brief overview of the process to kind of re-ground us in how we got here. We'll talk about what we've done, and this is the time of year where we get so busy with everything that we do. Sometimes we forget to stop for a minute and to take a look at what we've accomplished and to celebrate that. And then along with that, it just like with most things, sometimes you don't get everything done, and sometimes there are things that we can highlight there, and we can share with you how they inform the next steps and where we are in that process. And then we'll talk about where we're at in the grand scheme of things in terms of moving forward. So with that, we'll jump right into it. So just a reminder for everyone, those watching and anybody who, it's a good reminder for me too to look at this. So back in 2019-20, we embarked on the process of creating a new strategic plan, and that included all of those items listed under that column over there, where we gathered just an immense amount of data, put it together, sorted it into categories that became goals, went through a vetting process with our stakeholder groups, came back, revised them again, went through more vetting, and then ultimately it ended up with a recommendation for the goals being adopted in December of 2019. And then we spent the remainder of that year sharing what the product and beginning the preparation for year one. Year one was this year. So what a strange thing to create goals though, a 3-year plan and goals, and then have a pandemic hit that was not anticipated in any way, shape, or form when the goals were developed. But the nice part about our process with having really, I call it a loose, tight relationship between goals and implementation, where we are, the tight part of the process is the goal and the action initiatives. The loose part is how you can adapt and be flexible in making sure you're moving forward to achieve those goals. And boy, that flexibility sure came in handy this year, because again, when we adopted these goals in December 2019, no one anticipated we would be spending all of year one in a pandemic with no students in our schools. So we'll talk about where we're at with that. And this year, I call it the development and implementation year, where we begin to develop our plans moving forward, start to implement, and then we'll go on. And then we're at the stage now where we've done that, we've evaluated where we're at, and we are proposing revisions in terms of the work plan. The goals and the action initiatives don't change, but how we go about achieving them is flexible enough where as things change, we change with them, and you'll see that coming up. So then in year two is the implementation or revision phase, where we are working towards full implementation, always with an eye on evaluating and revising as appropriate. And then year 3 in 22-23 is continued revision, implementation, and then in the end, we see where we're at after 3 years. Some of the work that we've launched in these goals is work that we anticipate taking 3 years to work towards. So, all right, let's shift forward from that, if I can do that. There we go. So, and again, this is kind of the annual cycle that we just in general go through, and we are at the top circle now in the celebrate and revise stage. All right. So with that, let's jump right in. And our first goal is goal 1, which is the, I hope everyone's familiar with them now. Oops, sorry, Scott. And I'm going to, our cabinet team is responsible for different goals. And I'm going to have the cabinet team present on the goals they're responsible for. So with that, Mr. Pisani, you've got goal 1. I'll drive for you if you'd like. If you'd like me to, I'll move ahead to the action initiative if you'd like.
Yep, that'd be great. Thank you, President Chima, members of the board. I'm presenting information in regards to goal number 1 in the district, which again is about college, career, and life readiness through teaching and learning. And as you know, for goal 1, as we previously presented to you, there are 3 action initiatives that are listed here. First being around personalized, innovative, standard-based curriculum. Second being around integration of technological resources to optimize learning. And third, being able to assess student learning through a system of formative summative assessments that informs teaching and learning. Goal 1 really is brought to life by the incredible teachers that we have in our district. And when we think about what we were able to accomplish during this year, obviously one of the major accomplishments, and in my mind personally, the incredible accomplishment was our ability to pivot into distance learning. It's not something we anticipated, it's not something we planned for, but by coming together and becoming interdependent between teachers and classified and management, providing opportunities for students to have access to high quality instruction through distance learning is a major accomplishment under goal 1 for the past year. Second is being able to, although we were in a pandemic and delivering instruction through distance learning, we were able to bring in new programs into the district as well, and then also being able simultaneously to enhance existing programs during the course of the year. Those are 3 common themes for goal 1 accomplishments. So if we take a look at Action Initiative 1.1, which talks about personalized learning and pedagogical approaches, again, thinking about those themes, again, just the crux of the entire year, building in distance learning. What we were able to do also, again, was being able to establish and implement our Personalized Learning Academy, our dual immersion program for Mandarin at Emmanuel, and also our implemented and beginning to plan to implement our College Pathways programs at Ohlone and Chabot for students to earn college credit while attending high school in 3 different areas: general ed, business, and law. If we think about, again, building upon existing programs, there are bullets listed here for you as well. Thinking about, again, expanding the Spanish dual immersion program, as well as providing professional development for ongoing for a designated ELD for our English learners, as well as providing our administrators with support around the implementation of Universal Design for Learning, which provides access for students to instruction. As we move to the second action initiative, which deals again with technology resources, distance learning. Again, the crux, how do we continue to educate all of our students in New Haven through a distance learning model was a huge component of this effort over the past year. And again, in thinking about the themes of this and thinking about distance learning, new programs and existing programs, we brought on board digital learning systems such as Canvas at our secondary schools and Seesaw at our elementary schools, supported our staff with professional development in order to utilize tools, including Zoom. Also being able to think about, again, centralizing services, supporting teachers with our teachers on special assignment, providing professional development in utilizing the technology, both in curricular design as well as the tools themselves for students to have access to teaching and learning. Looking down, a couple of items in building into existing programs and new programs. We created site-based tech support for parents. We opened up a summer learning portal for parents and students right at the beginning of the pandemic to bridge them over the summer for the first 3 months where we were in shelter in place. We initiated a process for vetting interactive whiteboards, which we're hopeful to introduce at the beginning of next school year. And a notable development was based on feedback that we received from our community, creating a family learning portal, which provided support for students and families with multiple lenses: instructional support, academic support, behavioral support, and social-emotional support. The third action initiative for Goal 1, again, working through assessments. through distance learning, again, that being the crux of our existence over the course of the last year, being able to think about assessing students where in a classroom setting, teachers would be able to really create formative assessments through observation and feedback. In a distance learning model, that paradigm shifting dramatically in how being able to accomplish that in a distance learning format. We did, again, assist with the implementation of literally assessment systems in our elementary schools, as well as developing protocols for the administration of our NWEA assessments in English and in mathematics. Providing professional development for our staff also with all of the state mandated assessments that over the course of last year, we had to be able to administer remotely, including CASP and AP testing and LPAC testing. And then also thinking about the development of a data and assessment system that is going to complement and unify our work around multi-tier systems of support, or with MTSS. So as we look ahead to year one, again, some major things that we're going to continue to move forward with. As you know, in the upcoming summer school session, whereas in years past, we may have offered only 11th and 12th grade credit recovery in English and mathematics, in the upcoming summer, we are offering a robust summer school program with over 3,000 students. We anticipate joining us on June the 14th, going from kindergarten through grade 12. In the elementary schools, providing academic support as well as enrichment. In the middle schools, academic support and enrichment as well. And in the high school, offering credit recovery, a variety of enrichment courses, a bridge program for transitioning 8th to 9th grade students, as well as a virtual option for those families who may not yet be prepared to bring their students into our learning environments, also having a remote option over the course of the summer as well. Again, thinking about our continued expansion of our two-way dual immersion programs, thinking about how we continue to support and utilize our learning management systems of Canvas and Seesaw in secondary and elementary schools, as well as expanding our college pathways, both at Ohlone and at Chabot, continuing to develop the Personalized Learning Academy. As you know, over the course of the year, lots of learning there in terms of the curriculum, particularly at the elementary schools. And so continuing to support that development over the course of next year. And then again, with the reorganization of the Family Center with Student Services, really being able to be very intentional and mindful around the integration of students to alternative programs that may best meet their needs. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have for Goal 1.
So we're between, because we have a lot, there's a lot of different segments to this. We're going to take a quick board question break between each goal. So if you have any questions before we get into Goal 2 about Goal 1, make it easier for all of you rather than having to remember everything you might have wanted to say. If you have any questions now, well, I'll exit screen sharing just briefly so to make it easier. Any questions about, okay, I'll turn it over back to you, President Chima.
Yeah, Trustee Michael Gonzalez, he has his hand up. Go ahead, Michael.
No, I don't have my hand up.
Oh,
Trustee Nishihara has his hand up.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, so
I still do see your hand up in front of your picture for some reason. Can you lower it, please, then? Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Trustee Leslie Shearer.
yeah, so thank you so much for this great rundown. One question that I have, and maybe it's worth at least explaining a little bit more on the assessment piece. You would outline, you know, the areas around the assessment, program. I guess the question is, how is that different from how we've been doing it in the past? Right, that's the thing that I see what it is now. What was it that we improved?
So for an example of the elementary level, prior assessments in order to determine students' reading skills, we utilize the Fontes and Pinnell assessments. The Fontes and Pinnell assessments are administered 101, and it is an investment of time, energy, and effort for teachers to be able to administer that assessment, typically between 20 to 30 minutes per student, and that typically happens at the beginning of the year. What the pandemic offered for us was our transition to Literally, where students are able to be assessed simultaneously using an electronic medium, which gives teachers the information that they would have had they administered the F&P. And by doing so, we were actually much more efficient in being able to get very intentional, specific assessment information for students so that teachers could be able to pull small groups and personalize instruction for students. That's just one example. Another example would be when we administer NWEA in the classrooms, that has a certain system and structure in place for that to occur. Teachers monitor the class, they take the tests simultaneously, but it's monitored and supported by the teachers in the classroom. Having to go to an online version, including transitioning to secure servers and different protocols to ensure student confidentiality, which also then included professional development to support students. So that would be, for example, another adaptation that we made over the course of this past year in terms of assessments for students in a distance learning environment.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Appreciate it.
And if I could just add, when we created this goal, we weren't anticipating having to do this in the virtual world. We were looking at better enhancing our assessment systems within the normal in-person context. So this was quite a pivot, but again, another example of how that loose, tight relationship between really focusing on a goal and action initiatives, but having some flexibility as things change to be able to adapt. And this is a perfect example of that.
How was this received by our teachers?
Literally, again, with anything new, there's a learning curve that's in place. I think the feedback that we received, particularly with Literally, was that it was very much a saver of time on their part in order to administer the reading assessments, which again made their instruction and the opportunity to provide instruction better enhanced by it. Again, there was some learning in terms of the technology to support NWEA assessments. And so again, with any learning curve, there are some that would be perceived as enhancements and then some that would be perceived as challenges. So somewhat mixed in that regard.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead, seeing no other hands up, please keep moving.
All right, back to. All right, everyone can see that, I believe. So that takes us to goal 2. And this is where we have, again, Mr. Pisani overseeing goal 2.
So goal 2, again, focusing on equity, access, and achievement, where all students will thrive academically and emotionally in rich, diverse environments that's rooted in equity and supports wellness and social emotional learning. That board goal, again, has 3 action initiatives that are embedded within the goal. Then just to review for you and for the public, ensuring equitable and inclusive conditions, being able to implement multi-tier systems of support, which we refer to as MTSS, and to coordinate student support services related to school success, attendance, and family stability. So again, themes that have been identified as accomplishments for the past year are centered around professional development, equity program implementation, and systemic organizational realignment. And so you're going to see those themes in the accomplishments underneath each of the action initiatives. So let's first start with the ensuring inclusive and equitable conditions. So again, when we look at professional development, being able to provide, this year, we engaged our leadership team in a year-long study around white fragility, which was embedded within our monthly leadership academy. We also engaged in a vetting process around anti-racism with the collaboration with our stakeholders and our labor partners, NHTA, CSCA, NHAA, as well as community members and parent representatives. We also, again, created professional development for our administrative team around universal design for learning. And I'm going to go and go back up. There's a link. Sorry, I skipped this over. I'm going to circle back up to the second bullet. There's a link there, which is entitled Anti-Racism Professional Development Vetting Summary, which provides a detailed accounting of the process that we followed over the course of the year, starting all the way back in January in that process as we stage for this for next year. And we're very pleased to have board member Schwinn Mallory as a part of that process as well. The development of our CSIS plan has been previously presented to be able to address our special education disproportionality. And again, there is a link there in the agenda to that plan. Again, part of that was being able to identify root causes about our significant disproportionality as well. And then to create an action plan in order to address it. And that's the link in the fourth bullet here. Also, for our students who are homeless or displaced, as you know, we've been identified as a district that needs to provide comprehensive differentiated assistance for our displaced students. And then also, we have developed administrative regulations for our equity policy. And so our superintendent, John Thompson, was involved in that. And so, John, I'll kick that one over to you.
Yeah, that's this is on the systemic side, so that you can see there's multiple angles that we're approaching this, and this is really the development year. So one of the complaints that came my way when I met with the Equity Council last year is they felt like their work hadn't really been fruitful in terms of some of the work around policy implementation. They had crafted many years ago a draft administrative regulation that really never went anywhere. It just stayed in the Equity Council. And so I looked into it, and at the beginning of this year, in year one, it was very clear to me that if we have an equity policy that we really want to make operational, you have to have some marching orders that go with it about what we're going to do. And that's usually those marching orders are done through administrative regulation, as all of you know. And so I reviewed with the Equity Council the draft of the administrative regulation, and it was a great draft, but it really it was more policy related, it was more of a policy enhancement than it was a list of instructions about what it is we're going to do to make the policy operational. So I spent a little time working with the tri-chairs from that, or a couple of them anyway, created a draft administrative regulation that met the intent of what they were trying to get at, but also is rooted firmly in the policy. So anyway, we went through a vetting process of multiple different stages, and it's turned into this. And moving forward, this will be the AR that will be uploaded into the policies. It'll be it basically gives the marching orders for our site administration to, in a comprehensive, systematic, and consistent way, to be able to use equity indicators that will in each of the core areas. So this is a key step in that process of creating a system-wide focus on equity, where we're using an equity lens in the core district functions. And next year, one of the things, this is where these things start to come together, through the anti-racist training, one of the services that we'll utilize with Quetzal, and you'll see that contract coming to the board later tonight, is to help them take this equity administrative regulation and have us build equity filters that we'll use at each of our school sites in each of the core areas. Everything from attendance, discipline data. We'll use it at the district level when we're doing textbook adoptions. Derek will use something when he's doing hiring and recruitment. So this will be the foundation for that. And we're going to build out step 2 of that in year 2. So by the end of next year, if all goes as planned, you may see the first equity report card at this time of the year, where we systematically, based on our policy, are reviewing everything that we do with an equity lens, and you're getting a report from us. And if all goes as planned, that will be ongoing in year 3. Starting year 3 forward, that will be just a standard practice. So you'll be able to track through time how we're doing. Are we creating equitable outcomes for our students? Are we using an equity lens in all of the core areas? And that's what that policy is all about. So there's a link there where you can go dig into it a little bit. But that's, like I said, it's been throughout the course of this year that's gone through different iterations and vetting with different groups. And that's where we've got it. So Scott, I'll kick it off to you. The next big one, in order to do this, is, as you know, the board approved the mental health plan. And so I don't know if we need to spend too much time on that. I think we had a presentation on that, but that was developed this year, and next year we'll be in the full implementation stage of that. I'll move on to the next one.
So the second action initiative and goal number 2, again, is around supporting the development and implementation of our multi-tier systems of support for academics, behavior, and social emotional supports for students. So one of the things, again, that we didn't anticipate was how do you do that in distance learning, and our ability to pivot and shift in order to support our students being a real focus of the work of the last year. Around MTSS over the course of the year, based on, again, feedback and information that we received, the Division of Teaching and Learning, utilizing resources from other districts and then contextualizing it within our own district, worked to create a MTSS handbook, and it's the link that's included in the second bullet on this slide. And that really is a comprehensive resource, as I know that there were previous questions from the board about what is MTSS? What does it look like? How does it support our students? This is the handbook that was collaboratively developed, contextualized to New Haven for us with our team to be able to support this work in our schools so that there's a common understanding and a common language around the structures of MTSS in our district and the systems that would support our students in that regard. Again, some other major accomplishments this year is having our family service assistants being deployed out to our school sites. As well as, again, I'm going to highlight the last bullet, which is the family portal, which provided both synchronous and asynchronous support for students, parents, and community in a variety of ways. And there's an active link on our website, and it is linked here for your reference as well in the last bullet on this slide. And so next steps in terms of goal number 2, and again, thinking about the common themes that we identified of professional development, equity program implementation, and systemic organizational realignment. Again, operationalizing the district's equity policy, as Dr. Thompson referred to, implementing site-based equity council meetings, which is embedded within the ARs of the equity policy, engaging in anti-racism leadership professional development and preparing an anti-racist committee to plan for the work that lies ahead of us. Again, this is not a single year effort. It's going to take a commitment for us to be able to move forward. And we worked collaboratively with Quetzal and provided contextualized information for New Haven from teachers, from classified, and from admin to develop this structure for the upcoming year. We're going to plan to pilot the initial site-based anti-racism professional development at a school site with other representatives participating in that process as well, including myself and Dr. Thompson is in the plans for next year. Also, if you kind of scroll down, some additional elements that are embedded as part of our CSIS plan with the implementation of our equity walks, which also falls right in line with this goal. And again, continuing with the multi-tier systems of support and the expansion of universal design for learning for the upcoming year.
Mr. Bazai, I think I was on, are you not, I'm on the coordinating of student support services where we.
Oh, the third, I apologize. I moved ahead.
Sorry, I shifted ahead. I'm sorry. So I've already, wow, okay.
All right.
I gave it all away.
I'll go back. Apologize for that. Again, thinking about Goal 2, Action Initiative 3, about the coordination of services. Again, you know, you've been presented with the comprehensive mental health plan to support students and staff for the upcoming year. Again, we worked to be able to integrate the Codo School for Independent Study, the adult school, and the PLA, centralizing those services at the Barnard White campus and being able to create an integrated Department of Student and Family Services as a structure to be able to coordinate resources in a more efficient and intentional way for our students. And again, the expanding of partners within Union City Family Center as well. So those are 3 things that, again, we were able to accomplish over the course of this year while we were in distance learning for Goal 2, Action Initiative 3. So I apologize, I skipped over that. That's my fault.
That's okay. And you kind of, and that work will continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you covered these things. And that was, I really see, I'm hopeful that next year, you know, Marcus and his team with Nancy and everybody over there has really taken that Barnard White campus and created a great resource center for all levels of family and serving the community communities adjacent to the Barnard White area, where there, typically a lot of folks in that area have more difficulty accessing those services and going to and from, and trying to put everything into a one-stop shop to support our families, our students, as our adult learners. I really think we'll see that pay dividends in years to come. And that's going to also be the hub of all of the mental health development plan next year to make sure those services are there. So that'll be a continued implementation. That implementation that will continue and develop over the next couple of years as well. All right, so questions about that? I'm going to stop after goal 2. I'm going to exit screen sharing, and we can take questions about goal 2 if there are any.
Question.
I think President Chima, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Gonzalez.
Yeah, hi, Scott. So getting back to the anti-bias, anti-racist training, your ABAR. I like what I see. I mean, I haven't personally seen your setup, your professional development, your training, but I'm very curious. I'd love to look at that. One thing in Hayward Unified School District, we didn't make ABAR trainings a check the box. We actually we lived it and experienced. We had those courageous conversations. Painful at times, but it was healing. It was great. We never used those excuses that, oh, this is more geared for high school or upper grades. We were doing it at the elementary level. And also, we did it in a pandemic too. Full on pandemic. We didn't use that as excuse because that was important work. And so I hope that doesn't happen when our district, this is just a check the box and we got to, get this out of the way. I hope it is actually really folks in the district actually live it and believe it and have those courageous conversations, interrupt and disrupt eliminate actions, decisions, outcomes resulting from institutional racism. And so as painful it is having conversation, imagine being the brunt of the racism, institutional racism. And one of the exciting parts of ABAR is the actual curriculum. It's a Union City, South Hayward has a lot of to celebrate our diversity, strengthen our diversity. And so that regional pride, what Union City means, and creating those lessons and sharing those lessons, is a huge part of this ABAR. And so comes back to ethnic studies in a time right now seize the time right now with all the uprising, the awakening going on. Now's the time to really take this opportunity and share. This is what the world needs right now. This is what our students need right now, is to appreciate each other's diversity and to hear from one another. And so I actually don't really have a comment or a question. It's just more of a comment. I do want to see this for myself, though.
Trustee Gonzalez, if I can respond, as I shared, we in the next year's plan is to have a pilot of the anti-racism professional development. And in working in collaboration with Quetzal, they encouraged us to do a demographic analysis of both of our certificated as well as our classified staff members. And in conducting that analysis and looking at the diversity of our staff, and in knowing that there have been intentional emphasis in being able to serve our Dakota community, all of our Dakota students filter into Cesar Chavez. So our initial thinking is that the first site to be able to go through this pilot will be Cesar Chavez Middle School for next year.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands up. So I have a question that we were presented with the comprehensive mental health support services plan. And my understanding was that it was just a placeholder for now because of the deadline to apply for the state's funding and everything. So will there be any other opportunity for the board to provide their feedback or?
I'll tackle that one. I'm a little confused. The plan we put forward to the board is the plan we're moving forward with. We've been gone full bore in the hiring process, and we'll spend the summer building it out and making sure that come fall, it's going. That was the plan that the board we presented to the board is the plan that we're moving forward with. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine. So also with the MTSS handbook, is it on our website already available to the families? Or?
It is in the process of being developed to be able to put onto our website. It's also going to be shared at the beginning of the school year as we return back to in-person learning. So both with staff and then as well as community. Again, we just finalized the last part of this handbook very recently.
Thank you. That's it. You can move forward with the presentation.
All right. Well, goals 1 and 2 are about making sure our students have what they need from a teaching and learning perspective and from a support and equity perspective. Goal 3 is about our employees. And it's making sure that we're doing whatever we can do to create a collaborative and inclusive culture with our employees. This goal is not shockingly housed in personnel. So, Mr. McNamara, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. President Chima, members of the board. So the effective employee relations and collaborative district culture, goal 3, about a year ago when we first talked to the board about this, one of the things I said at that time was that this doesn't reside simply in HR. I mean, it really is something that touches everyone in the system, and everyone has to be kind of a part of this process. And so the action initiatives that kind of came of that actually were developed kind of right around the time we were doing the pandemic hit, really trying to think about, okay, we need to kind of change gears now, and we need to figure out how do we include our unions in ways, our labor partners in ways we've never done before, even deeper and more deliberate, and training workforces, the right workforce, the right employees in the system. More than ever, that's important. People who are flexible, people who care about kids, people who are innovative. Right now in this pandemic, it's more important than ever. And then really trying to figure out, and on the other end of this pandemic, the wellness for our employees is obviously our students are dealing with it, but it's really clear that our employees need support as well. So there are some overarching themes I'm going to go into that when we talk about all the different things of goal 3, lots of the pieces are housed in different departments, but communication, engagement, health and wellness are all sort of under this umbrella of support, trying to figure out how do we support employees in ways to allow them to do their job. I mean, it sounds simple, but we always feel like we do a good job of that, but really we need to really reflect and think, obviously we need to do more and we need to go deeper in order to make this district better. The first piece is when we talk about inclusive decision-making, to speak to member Nishihira's point. He had asked, well, we do some things now, what's different? One of the things we've always had is we've always been very inclusive with our processes in terms of having union representation. But what we did differently now is really being deliberate, working with our presidents of the labor groups to say, you're going to pick the people, you're going to find people who are representative of what your union is interested in. And that way they have a seat at the table in ways they haven't had before. And I think that really has been an important part of how we've approached this particular action plan. Every single hiring process, every single committee, every single group that we meet with, whether it's the superintendent or whether it's a principal at a site, we are including our labor partners in those conversations, stakeholders, sometimes as parents as well. But we really want to make sure that our employees have a seat at the table in ways that is deeper and more, like I said, more authentic than before. Can you go to the next one? following up to what Mr. Bazzani was doing in his presentation, all of this really distance learning became everything for us. And so we had to figure out in HR, how do we support goal 1 and goal 2 as well? And so our teachers and our classified staff had to be supported. They had to have the tools. They had to have the support, whether it's brand new teachers through the induction program, or if it's experienced teachers needing support through technology. What we do is, for me and actually the superintendent, we have separate meetings, but we actually meet with our union presidents and really find out not just reactionary things like, oh, this needs to be fixed. It's like, okay, here's an idea. These are some things we need to troubleshoot. What are some things your teachers need or your classified staff need to be successful in this particular area, whether it's using Canvas or whether it's new technology that we have in the classroom? We had to figure on the front end, how do we support people in ways we haven't before? Now, this last one, again, it's not an exhaustive list, but when this pandemic happened, it was a curveball for everyone. And in my department, the normal HR stuff that goes on a daily and a weekly basis had to be sort of put on hold. I want to call out Sherry Benefield, my coordinator, and Debbie Cornell in particular. They had to become COVID tracers and COVID experts in terms of the information that the county was distributing, because the work that we were doing in terms of safety and sharing information with staff, we needed to be experts on that as well. And so we actually put together, Sherry and I did, a weekly meeting with our nurses. Cecilia Vitug, who just retired, and Michelle Concepcion stepped up and probably are two of the biggest heroes to me this year. The work that they did to support us through this process, they were the people, when we wanted to make sure that it was based in science, we turned to them. Much of the work that we did this year to support staff came through those weekly meetings. And then also talking with the unions to find out at our advisory meetings, what are some things that people need? Wellness and personal wellness for staff was always a topic. And I think that that's one of the things that we made a focus. And whether it was being involved in cost, which is usually for students, but we actually, HR joined those cost meetings to find out what do we need to do to also support staff. And so some of the work that you saw and some of the proposal that we did for the mental health support next year came out of that staff support. In addition, through Keenan, working with Sherry Benefield and also with Annette, the Keenan has provided us with an employee assistance program. So one of the things we're going to be implementing next year, which is in the next year section, but we were able to secure it as an employee assistance program. So if people need support beyond their normal healthcare provider, this is something that we're going to be looking at. One of the important pieces of this work that was called out earlier when Mr. Bazzani was presenting was we're talking about the AR for equity. And one of the things that we were looking at is an equity index. Typically in districts, equity indexes are looking at how is the money aligned with your programs to make sure that students are supported. We're also going to be looking at it from the employee standpoint. And so there's lots of ways to support employees, but also about the hiring process, making sure that employees that we hire are culturally relevant, like their background, their training, they come with the right mindset when they come to our district. And I do think that there's lots of extra steps that we are thinking about to make sure that we have, when we do that equity sort of report card, these are some things that's going to be an evolving piece that's not just a one-off, it's really something that's going to become a part of our system, I believe. And then, one of the things that we, for those of you who have been on the board for a while, we had done things in the distant past and then in the more recent past where we celebrate staff at board meetings and at the beginning of the school and at sites. And that's something that now that the strike has sort of like a little bit in our rearview mirror, but it's still with us, but trying to move forward, going through a pandemic in some ways brought us together because the labor partners were fantastic this year, working with us, with the superintendent, with my department, trying to figure out ways to support people. The next step is to figure out how do we recognize that work? How do we celebrate the work? And I know the board loves that, and I know that we like it too. And so it's like the fun part of my job, because typically, we don't always deal with the fun stuff in HR. But I do think that to a man, I think, and a woman in administration, this is something we want to get back to. So this is one of the focuses for next year for sure.
All
And I'll
right.
take any questions you might have.
I don't see any hands up.
Okay. We'll move on to goal 4. So again, it's if you think about the pandemic and our strategic plan and when we developed it and see how the goals fit and the action initiatives apply and the adjustment, it's pretty amazing to see how we were able to move towards these action initiatives and goals. And in some cases, it's a little more obvious than others, such as wellness and self-care. Obviously that in a pandemic makes perfect sense. So this goal, our community outreach, engagement, and advocacy goal, where families and community members are engaged and informed partners in our students' educational experience and outcomes. This is one where how does this, how to moving forward, maybe in some of these areas are a little less obvious when you get to the action initiatives about how they translated. Certainly, our bullet number 1, action initiative 1, developing a comprehensive, consistent, online communication systems. The pandemic, if it did one thing for us, is highlighted where things are working well and also highlighted gaps that we still have. Developing a consistent wide district image and promote a message that shares really about who we are, and we're still continuing to engage in that process. And we'll talk a little bit about our logo work and the work we're doing with Spark. And then providing community and families with efficient customer service and friendly experiences. Again, the pandemic gave us a good opportunity to test what we do well and to see where we need to improve in this area. So this is an area that we didn't really have there was no intentional focus on this prior to the strategic action plan being formed. And the board took some big steps this year to help us build out the capacity to address these in a more systematic way. And we'll talk about that coming up. That was in some of the accomplishments. So the themes that related to, and I'm just seeing a typo in the presentation. This is goal 4 now. So the themes in goal 4, trying to come up with aligned systems, better methods of communication, and trying to create some consistent messaging about how we deliver things. And we did, in some areas, we did a really good job with this. And in other areas, we see the need to continue to push and to grow. And we'll talk about that coming up. So developing comprehensive, consistent, aligned communication systems, there was a lot, and the pandemic forced us to shift a little bit in this area. What we had in mind when this action issue was developed wasn't necessarily supporting having our communication systems focusing on pandemic related material, but it did call to our attention. And actually one of the silver linings of the pandemic is, I think, the technological expertise of our families, our students, and our community as a whole is considerably higher than what it was. And the value of our website as a vehicle for delivering some content and resources, it has never been higher than it is now. And so when we focused initially a lot on making sure that all of our systems were aligned through that at the beginning of the pandemic. And it also highlighted for us, and this is work that we're going to continue to develop through our work with Spark, is the need for a much better consistent framework for all of our websites. But anyway, there's certain work that overlaps and crosses over multiple goals, and that's where Mr. Pisani was talking about that family website where we provided resources. Another one, learning how to provide synchronous, a word when we developed our strategic plan, the idea of synchronous and asynchronous, those two terms related to schools had no meaning. And here they're part of everything that we've been doing. Bullet 3 is kind of what I was referring to, which is there was no internal capacity at all prior to the formation of the strategic plan to approach communications in a systemic and comprehensive manner. Everything was working in silos, if it was working at all. So the board earlier this year formed the Digital Services Department, and that creates the foundation for having an aligned and comprehensive system moving forward. The development of that department didn't happen as quickly as I would have liked for all the reasons that we could talk about related to pandemic work and whatnot. But the goal for next year is to make this a fully functional and operational department. And it's not something in the area in the time where we're also being mindful of budgets and whatnot, that's trying to have that comprehensive focus on this area, but not create something that's going to add a significant cost to our budget. And that's what the Family Services Department should be able to do. We've conducted some audits this year around our communication technology resources. As I think the board knows, we've launched a rebranding process, and we're in the middle part of that. And then we're also completing a variety of continuing to work towards and develop all of the areas related to our communication protocols. Communication Advocacy Committee has been heavily involved with that. I completed a communication plan summary that gives kind of an overview of where we're at and what we need to do moving forward in a 3-year chunk along with the plan. So you can access that if you want more details about that. Moving on to the second initiative. This is really where some of that, the reading our logo, really trying to make sure that our image and our communications and our messaging has really is aligned with what we value as an organization, the diversity, the equity work that we do, and making sure that we are delivering the message in a way that comes across as inclusive and as you know, our current logo and the way that we've approached this hasn't done that. So that's continuing as well. Again, the logo development is a big part of this one, the imaging and the messaging. After that part's done, that's kind of the shiny, flashy part. We're looking at the logo work, the related around communication guidelines, make sure that whether it's a message that's coming from me, from the district office, or from our sites, there is a common format, a common way that we're delivering this to make sure that we are being inclusive. And I'm getting a little notice that my internet's unstable. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but it was breaking up. So keep going.
All right. Anyway, and one of the big gaps that we've had in our information systems and our infrastructure is our student information system is not currently meeting our needs. And so tonight, as an action item, we've gone through quite an extensive process of vetting a new system, and that work will conclude that part of the work. We've concluded that this year, and that will be, assuming the board passes that agenda item, it'll allow us to develop that information system moving forward. And when the board approved the contract with Spark Communications, that enabled us to really begin to move full bore into having them help us create a centralized website system that aligns all of our systems. Again, something that's been missing. And then the last part of it, the customer service and friendly experiences part, again, sending out, learning, knowing that our community more than ever needed to hear from us in a consistent way, that was very obvious that needed to happen. Pandemic brought it forward. I started, as you know, sending out weekly communications every week, straight through from the beginning of every week. School has been in session since the pandemic started, or at least after a little while after it started. I've been trying to deliver to our families and to our staff members a clear message about where we're at, what's happening. And I think that helped. From the feedback I received was that was just it became a critical link, I think, for some of our families. So they knew that once a week they'd get an update on what's happening, where are we at, and we try to provide them with the latest information all the way through. And so that type of communication, I think, it was something that evolved through this pandemic. And then again, we've done a much better job of trying to deliver communications in a variety of ways, trying to meet. Again, the key to communications isn't us trying to do it our way. It's what we think is important doesn't matter. Communication is effective if you meet people where they're at and you deliver communications in the ways that they want to receive it. So we've been trying to adopt all of the different methods that folks use to communicate, and that we've been, I think, in year one, we've been successful with that to the degree that year one, I think we would be. But when we get that digital services department up and running completely next year, that's where we'll have a consistent method for doing this that shouldn't rely on the superintendent having a few minutes to send out a tweet or an Instagram post. That's nice, but it shouldn't be I shouldn't be the sole conduit for that. Anyway, other services we provided, as you know, our heroes in the food services department never missed a beat. They've delivered food straight through the pandemic, making sure that became a steady source of service for our families. And then again, the taking the step to align all of our student and family services in one place, so people don't have to drive to one building for student services and then to get the family support that goes along with it, go somewhere else. That was huge. And Nancy's in the Family Center has done a really good job with her team to expand their services and also reduce costs, reduce our encroachment to it, and find other avenues to expand services. She's done a great job with that too. So the things that we were hoping to do anyway, and the pandemic really brought a lot of these things out and made them happen sooner in some cases. So that was really good. And then, a variety of different trainings for our families as well. Scott's team did a great job of providing live in-person, not live synchronous events for families where they could just, if you had a topic that you wanted to know more about, you could tune in and get some, not just a webinar, not just something that's static on a website, but actual person and one of our experts working with families to help them in a variety of different areas. So that was great. All right, so moving forward, these are, I am very excited about all of this work. So next year, the goal is to build out our new website ecosystem. Is to do the legwork on creating our that's necessary around our student information system, which really requires building out in parallel fashion separately the student information system. So when you transition, it's a clean swap. And the firm we're recommending, Aries, has done this a lot, and we think we'll be able to handle that. Fully operationalizing the digital service department, working with Spark to develop our branding and communication protocols, getting the logo done, really working. These are all of the work that we started this year, and is going to, I think, next year, I really anticipate as we move forward, you're really going to see a lot of this work take off, which is great. Because the goal, all the way along, is by the end of year 3, the goal is to have all of these things fully up and running, operational, and we've worked out the kinks. So after the 3-year plan, we are done. And so we're in a pretty good spot going into year 2 to build this out and begin the process of moving it forward. So a lot of that is already well known to at least our board members who have worked on the communication advocacy group, but I'm going to stop screen sharing and take questions around that now. All right.
Okay, I already see one hand up from Trustee Nancy Nishida.
Hello there. Oh, okay. So a lot of really great work here. One of the questions I have is on your 3rd bullet around customer experiences. One of the things that I think we could probably aim for is a way to ensure that there's 2-way communications, right? There's us communicating out to our families and our community. And I guess the question is, we would have to try to build some type of capacity into this, but a way of being able to ensure that our communications, people who send us communications get a response or acknowledgement in a certain period of time. In industry, that's called a service level agreement, which means if you send us something, we'll get back to you in some period of time. There's a lot of different ways that you can do that, but it's really just important that we have a goal of being able to close the feedback loop for like 100% of the people who contact us, even if it's like we'll get back to you at some point or we've received it, but just some way of acknowledging that people who are reaching out have questions and that we address them and that we care and that we follow up with them in a timely manner. That's one thing that I think we haven't yet really explicitly talked about, but I think that's that next level of service that you give that shows that we're being very responsive to our families and to our students.
No, I absolutely agree. And the capacity at the district level will be coming through the digital services department, but then the communication protocols that we're developing centrally as well need to be something that there's the same expectation at every school site as well. and creating that consistency, and that's part of what we'll be building out, ideally as part of our communication protocols that we're building out with Spark, housed in the digital services department. So that's the goal. It's a really good point.
Thank you. Trustee Linda Canlis, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just want to echo Trustee Nishihara. That's a really good point. I also want to add that based on what I'm hearing from the people this year, this has been the time when people receive a lot of information from our district because of the new venue that we have been using. And that brings a lot of, I don't get as many email as I would have had in the past and questions of what we're doing, because the questions have been answered. So I just want to let our staff know that it's a good start, but it's really producing a lot of good results because people are informed about what is going on in our district. So thank you to the advocacy committee and also what the staff has put in place so far. So thank you for that much improvement, because I know where we were before. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Seeing, okay, let me lower your hand. Okay, Laura's done. So no more hands up. I would like to echo the same comments has been given previously. Member Nishihira has mentioned beautifully. So one family unhappy is too many for us. The world we are living in now, so the customer service. We also have discussed this area in while we were discussing Dr. Thompson's evaluation. We will look, it certainly is much, much better. And we would like to be perfect, so to speak. Thank you. And keep moving on.
Yeah, and that's and actually it's a good segue to the next goal, where one of the goals is trying to come up with an enrollment stabilization plan, and one of the sub-bullets in goal 5, and I'll have Ms. Heldman get to that in a minute. But this is where there's overlap, and creating the vehicle to be able to communicate effectively with our community about not only what they want, but sharing with them what we can do is one of the steps that we're taking to help. As you heard, one of the people in public comments tonight, we're not messing around. We're trying to go out and reach out and share the great things that we're doing, to the point where I think I've made a few people not so happy with me. But that's sometimes part of the way things go. And the reality is, if we can't sit back and just assume our kids are going to keep coming our way. And that's the communication vehicle is a core part of that. And now it's a perfect segue to Ms. Heldman to go to goal 5. And I'll turn that over to you.
Okay, good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Thompson, and for our New Haven community who are tuned in. So I will speak to goal 5. It speaks really with regards to our resources. And when we talk about resources, that's the money that we get, the money that we spend, our buildings, those are considered our assets, as is in the picture. That is such a beautiful picture of our PAC. Not very many high schools in our area have their own performing arts center. This, I would say, before we move on to the next step, actually is a good landmark of the achievements and what goal 5 is really all about. So Dr. Thompson, if you please move on to the next slide. So goal 5, on your screen are the 3 action initiatives dealing with goal 5. As I've said earlier, this really centers around our resources, aligning budget development systems with our goals and priorities. So alignment is a key ingredient in terms of how goal 5 connects to the other goals and to the other systems within our organization. Safety priorities and future ready learning environments. We all know, given what happened this past year with pandemic, the word safety has taken on a different meaning. We all know that in this bright, brave new world that we are, a lot of things has taken a different form. And as mentioned by Superintendent Thompson, to establish and implement a stabilization plan for our enrollment, which of course is one main driver to our budget. So that really is hand in hand with creating a stabilization plan with our budgets and finances. So with those action initiatives, we think of Goal 5 having these themes: fiscal responsibility, safety of our campuses, or how do we keep our students and our staff safety, especially in this very different world that we are in, and how do we look in the future, given the fact that, you know, we know very little. Let me put it this way: we know very little for the coming year and much less for the year after that or for the years after that. But it doesn't mean we can't plan with the constraints or the variables that are given to us or that are known. But the key also is planning and at the same time being able to be agile. We heard several times in previous screens about being able to pivot. There was one year where we illustrated that we were able to do that. It's this past year. So we plan, we are mindful about what's information that are coming down to us, but again, being able to have that agility and being able to move regardless of what's thrown at us. So those are the theme in terms of Goal 5. Now, I wanted to be able to go over accomplishments that we've made that are centered around those themes and those action initiatives that were shown on the screen earlier. The LCAP, this is perhaps, you know, when we talk about alignment and interface, the LCAP really connects a lot of things together for us as an organization. And we spend months in terms of the interface between teaching and learning and the fiscal folks and the different stakeholders in our group. So why do we do that? Is to ensure that our budget is talking to our plan, meaning our budgets and our finances, the resources that we receive are being driven by those priorities or those goals that are identified with feedback from our stakeholders, you know, within and outside of our system. I want to pull a couple of things here that I think, especially a lot of them are still very fresh in our eyes and in our memories. You know, we convene a 7-Eleven committee. When we talk about aligning our systems and making sure we put our money where our mouth is we did that assessment. That was a lot of work with a group of folks in our community representing different areas so that we can assess our other assets in order to generate ongoing revenues, because we know we cannot fully depend on the way that we get money right now, the way that we get funded by the state. So there's a lot of it that we are doing locally in order to be able to sustain those things. We've done a lot of analysis within our finances and identified, you know, what are those areas that are causing our budgetary structural problem. So knowing those, first we have to identify the problem, and then let's try to find ways to ameliorate that problem. So we've done a lot of that reflective work and analysis on our end. So, and that really ties to Goal 5 in terms of making sure that our systems are aligned, that we are all rowing the same direction. Next slide, please, Dr. Thompson. So we talked about safety. Like I said, it has taken on a different meaning. While we know we cannot fully and completely make our campuses safe, we also need to recognize and acknowledge the strides that we have made in this area. We have done some long-term and short-term accomplishments. If any of you have driven past Logan recently or IVC, you've seen the fencing that was done in the last few months. And then we're looking long-term as well. You know that we are in the middle, or we're in the final stages of our facility master plan, and campus safety and surveillance is a big component of that. That, by the way, will be presented to the board sometime in August. We're trying to prepare certain components of it perhaps in June. So we'll see, but that is a big work that we have also involved and generated some feedback from our different stakeholders within the community. So that's happening. We've completed 2 major modernization projects at Cyrils and Pioneer. And you know, talking about, I don't want to digress too much, but talking about the previous action initiative, we've started the solar for these two modernization projects, but I wanted to remind you that similar to that PAC beautiful building that we saw earlier, the investment that we've done on our solar project, our district-wide solar project, had generated, I mean, talk about generating ongoing stream of revenue. We've seen a drop to the tune of $700,000 in our energy bills because of that investment that we've done. So those are the metrics that we can look at, right? Sure, there are variables and analysis that were done. It may not pan out to be what we thought it was at that time, but the fact of the matter is these are the results of those investments in the way that we use our facilities. In August, we're going to be looking at the home economics or culinary program at Logan. You know that this is a robust program. There's always a waiting list, and we're providing that to our students in partnership with Mission Valley, ROP. And not too long ago, the board approved an item regarding generators that we are implementing or installing, as well as shade structures for the two middle schools. So all of these, I cannot think of any different way that really touches all the other goals in terms of our strategic plan, because these touch on the way that we deliver instruction, the way that we house our staff, our campuses, our sites and facilities. And one very important thing, I'm sorry, Dr. Thompson, can you please go back to the last, one of the things talking about safety, while it may be not be so pronounced or very explicit, one of the things that I think of in terms of systems are the internal controls and the systems that we have. I wanted to mention that because it is no accident that this district has not had any audit finding in the last, I don't know, nearly 10 years. So all of those that are happening in the background are because our systems are aligned, because of the collaboration that are happening within our organization. Thank you. Now we can move on to the next one. So we mentioned earlier that stabilizing our budget, a big key component of that is stabilizing our enrollment. And we've done that. As you know, we worked with a demographer to identify those areas that, like I said, first we need to identify the issue and then we can try to solve that problem. So we did that in conjunction with the other goals, and the programs that we have open and developed that are attracting new families to our districts, the PLA as an example, and our dual immersion program. And again, while these are not necessarily housed in the business area or my umbrella side of things, this is a very good illustration that everything we do is interconnected, and the systems that we have in New Haven are all working towards each other towards these goals. And goal 5, how goal 5 can support goals 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's just a prime example that everything works that way in unison. So now, this is a long list. As with my colleagues before me, we have a tall order of the things that we want to accomplish in the coming year, right? And I'm not going to go to the granular detail of a lot of these, but I also would like to say that there's a handful of these that we've actually started talking about a year ago until COVID kind of messed up our game. So, our focus kind of had to shift it into different directions. But these are the things, you're looking at the things that we want to accomplish in the coming year. Ongoing effort, of course, is looking at our budgetary structural problem. We have a good handle on that. We identified what it is. Very little of it is within our control, but the things that we can control, we're trying to do, accomplish and achieve certain things like our enrollment stabilization, for example. We brought FICMAT into our district to help us look at our operational structure in the food services department with the onboarding recently of a new director. We hope that work will finally take off. And that really has a direct impact to our unrestricted ending balance in general fund. So all of these things are the things we're looking at. The central kitchen operation that we are planning to move, and that, it may take longer than a year, but to understand why we're doing it is that, again, it's how are we consolidating our programs and making best use of our assets. And property and facilities are our assets, to be able to lease that the way that we were able to lease the adult school and create an ongoing stream of revenue are things and avenues that we are looking at. Some of these things I've already mentioned, like the shade structure or the generators that we are providing, we're preparing our facilities with the mindset of safety and efficient use of our assets and facilities. And systems too. I mentioned about systems earlier. You know, you see here as part of the bullet points, like a project that we've been talking about is really record retention and purging of all of these. We are a public education entity. We're very paper driven. It doesn't mean that we're not going to look into those to make things efficient and better improve working conditions for our staff, where we can go less paper. I don't want to say paperless because I don't know if that's really fully achievable, but where we can really identify those things, purging, record retention. So these are all systems in the back end of things that we do as part of Goal 5. The last bullet here that I really want to emphasize is, you know, we did a demographic study. I think that was already almost 2 years ago. We expect some shifts in our demographics after the pandemic. Sometimes something that changes in an economic status will also change what those generational and demographic population are. So we're looking to update our enrollment analysis when all of this, hopefully when all of this settles down soon. I think that's something that we need to look at and see what shifts happen and how we can respond accordingly to those shifts. And I believe, that was a long list. So I will entertain any questions if there are any.
Any questions from the board members? I do see one hand up from Trustee Lashne here. Please go ahead.
All right. Wow, there's a lot of really good stuff. A lot of things to call out. One of the things that I really appreciated was the really clear and fine way that you outlined the return on the investment for our energy savings on our solar. That's great. It shows that, like, you know, we're doing as much as we can to be as efficient as possible. And related to that is your focus on systems and systems thinking. That's really clear in what we're seeing right now. And one of the, if anybody knows me from, you know, if anybody's known me for a while, they know that I'm a little bit of a, I really like to use as little paper as possible. And when, you know, paper is the thing that kind of, it's my pet peeve. And whenever I get a paper form, I realize that you're right. We're never going to get there where we're 100% paper free, but there are some things that are routine that we do all the time that become a big repetitive, a big drain on our effectiveness and our efficiency, because it's something that we do all the time. So what I'd love to see at some point, maybe not now, but as a part of our goal development, is some targeted metrics. Very similar to what you did with solar, which is like, you know, this is how many forms we're currently processing by paper, and after we've done these, you know, we've taken these action steps. Now the result is that we have a certain reduction in paper, and it's actually not just paper. It is just it's efficiency and time. You're saving people time, right, and making it, you know, making our processes easier for our staff. So I'm really interested in hearing, no questions on it, obviously, but just keep up the good work and keep going on some of these back-end processes.
You done?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Denta Canlis, go ahead, please.
Very well said, Trustee Nishihara. That was a long list, Ms. Heldman. And I just want to add that in spite of all the challenges we have this year, we continue to be able to implement all the plans we've planned in the past. We've come a very long ways. I know some of us oldies, Ms. Chima, we know where we were. And this year, just the list of we've done this year is just so huge. and I am so impressed that happened in spite of the challenges we are faced with this year. So thank you, Ms. Heldman. And on the top of that, I want to make sure that everybody hears from me that our business officer has done a great job in making sure that we continue to be positively certified by doing a lot of the budget in such a way that is so creative, so that we're able to meet as much as we can and promote enough for our students and make sure they're successful. So thank you for doing a good job. I've seen we've come a long ways. And this year, even though, again, I'm saying this again, it was challenging, you have been able to continue to move forward in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hand up from any other board members. I would also like to appreciate your hard work, Ms. Heldman. And I encourage you to keep aligning the systems and also looking into the revenue sources so that we don't depend upon the we need to find out the solution for the structural problems in the budget. So you have done a good job. I will continue your efforts and also look for the opportunities to create more revenue streams through using our facilities, extra facilities we have, like you have, already started the work. So thank you so much. And seeing Linda Canlis, trustee, did you, I do see a hand up from trustee Lance Nishira. Is this second time?
Yeah. So that
Go
was
ahead.
just that last goal area 4. The question is, are we going to have maybe a comment on the entire plan? Because if we do, then I've got kind of an an overarching comment or two.
Yeah, and I think you could either do that now, or we're about ready to. We've hit the 5 goals, so we'll launch into what's next, and it kind of, and then that segues into the LCAP. It's a long one tonight, but this is kind of this is the end of year 1, and it's time to regroup. So I can either, if you would like, go through the next steps.
Why don't you go through? Go through the next steps, and I'll take my comment then.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go back to screen sharing here. And let's do this. So let's go here. All right, so present. All right, so this is where the next steps in this process are as follows. So the LCAP is where a lot like Ms. Heldman pointed out, where we actually start to resource what's next. And so that we have a public hearing on it tonight, and Mr. Pisani will give an overview on how all those areas and the goals that said next steps for each of the 5 areas, they're captured in our LCAP, and you'll see how we resource them. Not all of them, but all of them that access the funding sources that fall under the LCAP purview. Then we have the budget approval, which picks up everything else, and all of that will come to the board formally on June 15th. So once that happens, we go into all of those areas that we identified. We at the district level go into the specific work plans, goal development for, like, I'll work with the board on my goals for next year. I work with the cabinet team on their goals, and it's all based around the work that's front loaded tonight after our review of year 1 that we see the need to move forward, that we see moving forward to meet the strategic plan goals. Hope that makes sense. And we begin that basically from the 15th of June, moving forward through the June, and then in July is where we have a moment where we can actually come together and really build those plans out. And then when the site administrators come back, this trickles all the way through. The evaluation process for all of us is linked directly to our goals. Everything's aligned, and the specific work plans that go along with each of these areas will be developed through July and September in response to what we completed and didn't complete in year 1. And then finally, we will capture a lot of that at the State of the District event, and that event is designed to share with our community at large and all of the people across the district. June's never a good time to do it because right now people are done. And September is a great time to do it because people are back and they're kind of excited. And next year should be a really good opportunity because if all goes as planned, we'll be back in school, we'll be back, people will be present, and we can actually host this in a way that makes sense. So that'll kick off year 2 formally. And then we go full bore into working through our work plans related to in year 2 and everything we've kind of front loaded for you already. So, and this is where because a lot of this, the questions come, okay, well, what are the specific steps? Where do I find this? Where is it? How are you spending your money? How are they aligned with the goals? How does this all come together? Well, it all comes together with the LCAP. And so we have a public hearing on that tonight. So I thought it would be good for not only all of us, but for the community to hear, for Scott to kind of walk through where all of this stuff, everything we just talked about in terms of next steps is aligned with our LCAP. So again, we're big into, as you've seen a theme, making sure our systems are aligned with our goals and our work plans are aligned with our goals and our systems and everything flows forward. And a big place where that's captured is the LCAP. So that was a huge step this year, is making sure that every strategic plan, every action, and every part of the strategic plan, every action initiative is spelled out here. This is a 160-page document. We are not going to go through it page by page, but I think it would be worth our while to have Mr. Bazzani take a little deeper dive just in terms of what's there and how you can see it all come together. So, Mr. Bazzani, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you. Again, our local control accountability plan, or our LCAP, is actually where the rubber meets the road in actualizing how we take multiple sources of data and input from our stakeholders and synthesize our plans for moving forward. The LCAP is the district's plan that describes the goals, the actions, services, and expenditures to be able to support positive student outcomes that address state and local priorities. The LCAP provides an opportunity for our district to be able to share our story of how, what, and why programs and services are selected to meet our local needs. As a part of the process in preparing the LCAP for the district, we created a draft. This initial draft LCAP was reviewed by the Alameda County Office of Education Technical Assistance Team. Their team is composed of reviewers from the teaching and learning team and the fiscal team at Alameda County Office of Education. And their responsibility is to ensure that the district's LCAP follows the legal processes for stakeholder engagement as LCAPs are being developed, and that they meet all of the legal mandates districts are required to include in the LCAP. During the technical assistance review for the very first time, New Haven was asked if our draft LCAP could be shared with other districts in Alameda County and serve as a model for the development of other districts' LCAPs. Our draft LCAP ended up being 186 pages long, and tonight we're going to provide just an overview and essential information of the LCAP and its components to you. So the first section displayed on the screen is the plan summary. This is the first major part of the LCAP. It begins on page 1. The plan summary contains general information, which is a description of the district, our schools, and our students. It includes reflections of our successes and/or progress based on a review of the California School Dashboard and local data, which begins on page 3. Reflections identify need, beginning on page 4, provides a description of any areas that need significant improvement based upon a review of the California Dashboard and local data, including areas of low performance and significant performance gaps among student groups on dashboard indicators, and any steps taken to address those areas. Beginning on page 5, you're going to see a section, you'll find the LCAP highlights. This is a very brief overview of the LCAP, including any key features that should be emphasized. Beginning on page 9, for districts who have schools eligible for comprehensive support and improvement, there is a specific section of the LCAP that districts are required to complete. Nakota School for Independent Study has been previously identified for comprehensive support and improvement for its graduation rate. Stakeholder engagement, the next major portion of the LCAP, is critical in the development of any district's plan. Beginning on page 10 of the LCAP, there is a summary of the stakeholder process we used in New Haven and how the stakeholder engagement was considered before finalizing the LCAP. A major source of collecting data for the development of our LCAP come from two primary sources. One, the annual New Haven parent, student, and staff surveys, and then a series of 27 different stakeholder engagement meetings. So let's first start with the surveys. The annual New Haven parent, student, and staff surveys were available for stakeholders to respond from Monday, March 15th through Friday, March 26th. These surveys provided opportunities for all stakeholders to share information that assists in the identification of patterns and trends within the district, as well as in the identification of our district's priorities in advancing our District Board of Education adopted goals and action initiatives. The number of respondents to the 2020-2021 parent, student, and staff surveys are listed. Total responses were 6,425. The parent survey had a total response of 2,858. 2,605 of them were in English, 236 of them were in Spanish, and 14 of them were in Tagalog. And our annual staff survey had 649 responses. Again, that's classified and certificated staff as well as administration. In the student surveys this year, we had 2,959 total student responses. That's the most of any group in the surveys administration. And you can see the breakdown by school site and the number of responses that we received. The next section describes our stakeholder engagement meetings. So in addition to the surveys, New Haven also held stakeholder engagement meetings beginning in February of 2021. At each of the stakeholder engagement meetings, participants were asked to provide input, feedback, and identify district priorities for each of the 5 Board of Education adopted goals. Every school site council and every English language advisory committee throughout the district held an LCAP stakeholder engagement meeting in the month of March. In addition, beginning on page 10, there is a listing of 13 additional LCAP stakeholder engagement meetings that were conducted in order to obtain additional input, feedback, and the identification of priorities. Beginning on page 12, there is a summary of the feedback provided by the stakeholder groups. The summary of key findings of feedback from our local bargaining units and labor partners, NHTA, CSCA, and NHAA, parents, students, community members, parent advisory councils, special ed, SELPA, and our DLAC, our District Language Advisory Committee, identified 3 common themes across all of our stakeholder groups and priorities. One was to provide students with in-person learning opportunities as soon as possible while ensuring their safety. Second was to make sure that we're able to provide students with academic support and enrichment opportunities as we return to in-person learning. And third was to provide students with mental health and social-emotional support as we return to in-person learning. On page 15, there's a description of the aspects of the LCAP that were influenced by specific stakeholder input. The next major section is goals and actions. There is a separate goal and action section for each of the district goals. So goal number 1 begins on page 19. And Dr. Thompson, if you can remain here, that would be helpful. Goal number 2 begins on page 43. Goal 3 on page 80. Goal 4 on page 96. And goal 5 on page 110. We're going to take a closer look at goal 1 as a sample of the template structure, and then it is replicated for each of the 5 district board adopted goals. So first section, again, being able to think about the goals. It begins on page 19, and it includes the goal, a description, an explanation of why the district developed the goal. And that's followed by the section of metrics and reporting results. Beginning on page 20, there are metric and reporting results section, which delineates the measurements and our baseline data for goal 1. We're eventually going to be reporting LCAP year 1 outcomes in 2022, LCAP year 2 outcomes in 2023, and LCAP year 3 outcomes in 2024. The LCAP template asks us to cite our desired outcomes for 2023-2024 in the far right column for each metric. This basic structure is replicated for goal 2 on page 44, goal 3 on page 81, goal 4 on page 97, and goal 5 on page 111. The next section deals with the actions. Beginning on page 27, the actions for goal 1 begins. It includes information about the action, the title, description, the total funds, and the identification of whether that action contributes to our unduplicated students. Again, for goal number 1, it begins on page 27, and there are 116 actions. For goal 2, it begins on page 56, and there are 135 actions. For goal 3, beginning on page 86, there are 49 actions. For goal 4, beginning on page 103, there are 35 actions. And for goal 5, beginning on page 113, there are 33 actions. In total, there are 386 actions in our draft LCAP. The next major section is goal analysis. In 2022, we will need to conduct an analysis of how each goal was carried out from the previous year and provide a description of any substantive differences in the planned actions and the actions implementation. The analysis of each of the goals are going to occur in the 2022-2023 cycle. The next major section begins on page 119. So again, here's goal 2, and it's just replicated. Goal 2, then goal 3, then goal 4, then goal 5. The next major section begins on page 119, and that's for increased or improved services for foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. This section requires districts to provide the following. On page 119, yes?
Okay. It was just a blank screen or something.
There we go. All right. So increased or improved services for foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. For each action, we have to provide an explanation of how the needs of foster youth, English learners, and low-income students were considered first, and how these actions are effective in meeting the goals for these students. And second, on page 121, provide a description of how these services for foster youth, English learners, and low-income students are being increased or improved by the percentage required. Then the next major section is the teaching and learning and budget development. This goes all the way over to page 137. The design of the legally mandated LCAP template is such that there is a very strong connection between teaching and learning and business. We're no longer able to operate in silos that are independent of each other, but rather we are compelled to work together in order to create our LCAP. Beginning on page 137 through page 161 is the total expenditure table. This table provides a line-by-line synopsis of the funds being allocated for each action. And beginning on page 162 through page 172 is the contributing expenditure table. And again, those are the expenditures targeted for our unduplicated students. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Thompson.
All right, I love the intent of the LCAP. It was intended to be a document that made things more transparent for the community to see exactly what's happening, but it hasn't. And as I've probably read in the news, there are groups out there that aren't terribly happy with the template. But the template is what it is, and one of the things that it does do for us and for the board and the community is at least show what the goals are, how we went about gathering information related to our progress towards goals, and where we've aligned resources connected with those goals. And like I said, the stakeholder engagement part is a huge part of this. And Scott, you said 37 different meetings, I think, was that the total that we had with different stakeholder groups? I know it was a lot.
Yes, including all of the site council meetings and ELAC meetings. That's correct.
Right. So so at this point in time, we just took a little journey through how we started the strategic planning process, how we developed our goals, what each of those goals were, what we did in year one to accomplish them, what we have ahead of us as far as our work that we need to do, and then how it's laid out in the LCAP. So that was your pathway through year one, with the LCAP being the bridge that kind of launches the work in terms of the dollars and cents and all of that into year two. So we're done with that. Thank you for bearing with us. I know that was long, but if you have any final questions about this or comments or thoughts, now is a great time.
Yes, go ahead, Trustee. I see Trustee Linda Campbell. Go ahead, please.
I do not have a question. I have a comment. Just to clarify for the people watching us, simplified LCAP is the alignment between resources and the programs that we put in place. And I think our district has done an excellent job making sure that we spend our money on the programs that the board has approved and decided on, making sure that the students' needs are met. And I'm also wanting to comment on the 37 groups of stakeholders that have taken a part in making sure they have given their input while this is happening. So thank you, making sure that you have clear desired outcomes and you're clear of the actions and implementations of next steps and also the goal analysis. And lastly, I would like to congratulate our district. This is not the only thing that we're doing well, but this is a huge deal that other districts are looking up at us and having a model LCAP draft, and that's a big deal as far as LCAP alignment of resources and program implemented. Thank you for the work that you guys are done. The staff has been doing a good job, and thank you, Scott. I'm glad you didn't read the whole thing, but even that is a lot. But I don't want to minimize what's in there, but it is a lot. And as a district, we've done a good job in making sure that this is happening for our students. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Trustee Canlis. Next is Trustee Nathalie Shira. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I would like to say it's great to see all this work. I wanted to thank the entire district staff, superintendent, and everybody for this is a culmination of a ton of work. I got exhausted actually just reading it. Even in the bullet points, I could just imagine how much more work there is if you actually double click on each one of the bullet points, and there's a bunch more work that is actually underneath that. Having said that, I think one of the challenges, and I'll present this as a challenge to staff, and that is how might we create this level of transparency into all the work that's being done all throughout the year without having to wait for a big summary at the end. And so, maybe there are some things that I have a few ideas, but I think really the challenge there is that, having that super hyper transparency at any given point in the process. As a test, we might be able to say, all right, it's November 20th. Where are we on goal 5 action, initiative, that just knowing what's going on. There are ways to do it. It creates a little bit of work, but I'm just wondering, if there are ways that we can kind of have much more up-to-date transparency on all of this great work without here's the special part, without creating additional incremental staff cycles without having the staff spend all their time just reporting out. So that will be an interesting challenge, but it's great to see all this work. Would just love to see it a lot more than once a year. That's all. That's it. Thank you.
That's a great question and a great. Oh, if I can respond, I'm sorry, President.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's something that we wrestle with, but I do think it's something that we could come up with some strategic moments in time. I'm wondering if this would be something that communication and advocacy, since it's about communicating, that this would be an agenda item we put on there to talk about the best vehicles and the best method for doing that, and then recommend something to the board. Because it did occur to me, especially as we're transitioning through this entire year with everything that happened, being able to share more in a way that didn't seem to add that extra layer. It makes some sense, and I think it's something that I've got some ideas too. So maybe if that's okay, I think I'll put it on as at least a topic for consideration for communication and advocacy, and we can brainstorm some ideas there.
Thank you. I don't see your hand up, Linda. Trustee Campbell, go ahead.
Right. I'm wondering, first of all, you, Mr. Nishihara, you're not only talking about informing the board, but the public, right? Right. So I'm wondering.
100%, yes.
Right. So I'm wondering if during our celebrations, we could have some, when the kids come and celebrate and present something, we could show some kind of an outcome of a goal. Do you know what I'm saying? Instead of sharing everything in a very dry way like we did tonight, no offense, but have the students show what they're learning as a result of a goal. For example, for goal 1, goal 2, goal 3, goal. So it's not so labor intensive, but it's also fun for the students. The other thing I'm thinking about is perhaps you're doing the communication via Facebook right now, perhaps a state of the district mini report at certain times, nothing extensive, but something that is brief that might be hitting each one of those goals. I'm just brainstorming right now to answer Trustee Nishihara's question, which is also my question.
Good ideas and thoughts, and I've got a few thoughts myself, so we can kick that around. And I do think, since we're talking about communication and advocacy of the district, it's probably perfect to spin that in the subcommittee and work on that a little bit.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Seeing no further comment, this was just information item, and we are moving on to agenda item number 8.2, budget development overview. Proposed budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. Ms. Heldman.
Yes, good evening once again. I'm going to need to share my screen. I did prepare a presentation, so. Okay. Okay, so the item following this item actually is a requirement in Ed Code, which is the public hearing requirement of our proposed budget. So we thought to provide an overview of what the budget development looks like. I mean, the process. So we've talked about it from when we presented to the board and to our community the second interim report, because that really kicks off a lot of the pieces for the budget development process for the coming budget year. We thought tonight would be a good time to review those in terms of, the milestones that we have to go through before we can put together a budget for your adoption or for your approval as required prior to July 1. And this really, what I have in front of you here shows the side-by-side, much of our information comes from the state, let me put it that way. And then we have these oversight agencies, namely the County Office of Education. So a lot of those really comes down to us in the form of kicking it off from the governor, from when the governor releases his preliminary proposals for the coming budget year. So what I have here, I found out that the state actually, we pulled the budget process and timeline that Department of Finance uses. And it more or less mirrors what we use in our district. If I click these links, they actually would download and it would just take a little bit more time. I think because of the computer that I'm using, but these are links and it shows what the state budget development timeline is. And this is actually the budget process that you, the Board of Education, approve on an annual basis. And it looks at what we are, the actions that we need to do to close out the year that we are in, and then the actions and the milestones and the timeline in terms of developing the coming budget. And like I said, you will see this as we do every year as part of the June 15 packet, because that's when it needs to be adopted by the board. But with that aside, looking at here, I took the major milestones that the Department of Finance, which essentially is the state department, and what we do, and compare those two processes. And as you can see, I made in red font, May 14, June 15, and June 30. I did that because even though I summarized the major milestone, there's really a lot that happens from the time the May revise is issued. There's a lot. That's when the negotiations start at both houses, at the state level. So while it's very high level summarized here, but it's from the time we developed in January. We do a lot of it between then and May, knowing that things could change by the time we get the May revision, as we've proven last year. You all remember what the May revision versus the actual enacted budget was. So just to say that there's a lot of work and updates that really are coming down the pike from the time that the governor releases his May revision. Now, of course, we all know that the statutory deadline for the governor to release his May revise is May 14. And the statutory deadline for the lawmakers to create that budget for the coming budget year is June 15. And then the governor has to sign it. So this is their timeline. We have slightly different timeline. We have to have an approved budget with very little information, and we have to have it done by July 1. And you know how our board meetings are scheduled. So we do our best with regards to the information that we get. And that's not just the state level. In another slide, you will see that, especially with our revenue, we are very highly reliant on the state because we are I call a regular district. We're not community funded. We're not basic aid. So we are fully relying on what the state tells us the revenue is going to be. And then there are internal factors that not even the state can control for us. That's our attendance, our enrollment, and our demographics. So this is just, I wanted to show the side-by-side comparison. A lot of the budget development process, and we're not different, we're one of nearly 1,000 school agencies up and down the state, is really highly prescriptive. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room. And there are things that we have, especially given the structures that we have in New Haven with a declining enrollment. We more or less know, especially the demographic study that we did, we more or less know that the next 10 years we're going to continue to decline. So with those different variables, the rest of it is really very highly prescriptive as far as the process is concerned. And this is to show what those different milestones are. You've seen this before. This is essentially just a graphical representation of the previous slide, although this is specific to our district and many districts in California. You see here when we adopted and how that cycle moves forward. We all know that the board has to approve a first interim report, a second interim report. I call those moments in time in terms of where we are. And if we are in financial distress, we would be required to complete a third interim report. I don't believe we've had to do that in New Haven, but this shows what that cycle looks like in terms of developing a budget. I wanted to remind all of us, actually, sometimes this is not an easy thing to digest, especially given the variables that we deal with. When we are developing the budget, including the adoption, the interims, all of those, everything except when we close the books are all projections. They are projections based on variables and assumptions. Only when we close the books in September is when we can actually say, this is what truly happened. These are real numbers. And it's so easy to report real numbers. It's not as easy to actually project something that, like I said earlier in a different item, we know very little of what's coming ahead in this coming year. We know much less of what happens beyond this coming year. So this is how, unfortunately, school agencies like us have to do the budget, and we are required by certain statutes to have that budget approved by the governing board. So this is just a good reminder of the kind of structures that are that we follow. With that said, we not only have to abide by those deadlines and the very prescriptive procedures from CDE and oversight agencies. We all know this. We have to plan in 3-year chunks, and we have to have balanced budgets in 3-year chunks. And so when we build that budget, and I think I've used this slide in other areas, we wanted to show that all of it really is based on factors and assumptions, some within our control, some not so much. On the revenue end, we have very little control of what those are. And I show here, what the state variables are and what the district factors are. And you've heard me talk about all of these things. These are drivers of what our revenue would look like. And then there are things that the state tells us. The state tells us this is what your cost of living adjustment will be. And then the county would tell us, unless you have something really defensible, these are the constraints and the assumptions that you need to use, that we recommend you using. So this is kind of how we go through this process year in and year out. On the expenditure side, I call them our fixed cost. These are the major drivers of how we build those expense assumptions and the expenses side of the equation. Of course, staffing, at least 85% of our operating budget is on our investments to our staff and our people, all employees. And of course, everything else that would be known at the point in time that we are preparing the budget. And when I say there's 85% is spent on that, then that really says that we have about 15% wiggle room on things that are non-people related, that are not fixed cost. That's utilities, supplies for our sites, that's services, right? So this is the makeup of our budget. And then of course, there are other components that help us, and you will see how the ending balance helps us out in our 3-year required chunks of budgets that we have to produce and adopt. So moving with that, like I said, the MYP is not so much, this is a really good MYP or this is a really bad MYP. It's so much the assumptions that are used in it. And I'll show an example in a slide later on. I'm not going to spend a lot of time in this. I did share this with the Budget and Finance Committee at the recent meeting. When I talk about we have to adopt a 3-year budget, this is what it looks like. And when we talked about this at the last Budget Finance Committee meeting, we concentrated on 2021, just because that's the year that we are in. And 2021, we started planning for it, or we started making assumptions for it in 2018-19, because that's the way the AB 1200 works, right? Using the example of the pandemic this past year, what did we know in 2018-19 that would allow us to build a really good budget for 2021? Not much. And things could just change in just 1 year. So this is what the illustration is all about. This is the constraints, and this is how we plan to develop a 3-year budget. There's a lot of numbers here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but this essentially is this, except this is illustrating it with numbers, with real numbers, concentrating on 2021. So I'm going to quickly go over this. So essentially all we're saying here is to plan in 3 years, there are things that we need to know. Unfortunately, there are things that we don't know, and things could change every year. So this first subset, for example, when we were developing 2021, 2 years before 2021, the state said this would be COLA. And these are the moments in time: budget adoption, first interim and second interim, in 1819, planning for 2021. State said, oh, your COLA will be this. Oh no, in second interim, your COLA, well, it didn't change. And then we got to second interim, COLA will be 2.86. That's the 1819 planning for 2 years ahead. Now we move to the next year. In 1920, we're still planning for 2021. Just look at how it changes, right? So this is a prime example of why our finances and our numbers 3 years ahead are obviously not going to be the same by the time we close that year, when we get to that year 3 years later, or 3 years, 3 years fast forward. Now we get to 2021, the year that we were planning for 2 years ago, that we are now in, and may revise. The budget that we proposed was based on a negative COLA of 7.92%. And I really want to just concentrate on this as an example, because this really feeds into the process and how we do budget development and the prescriptive way that we have to do it. When I presented to you the proposed budget using the May revise, because it was the information at that time, our ending balance was 5 million. And as you know, the governor actually approved a much better budget, which was 0 COLA, which I will take 0 before I would take a negative 7.92%. 0 looks good, comparing that to a negative number, right? Just like that, because of that change in the COLA between the May revise and the state enacted budget, our ending balance went up to 13 million. So this is documenting why we have an ending balance, a projected ending balance of 20.5 million. So we did a 45-day revision after the governor enacted that budget. And then we have our first moment in time in 2021, which is the first interim. And that time for 2021, we probably all thought we were going to be open normally, like a fully functional in-person operations. It didn't happen, but we planned. We had to plan for it. That's how we planned. And there were things, because we didn't, and to this day we didn't, we are generating savings in different areas. That when I presented to you, board, the first interim report, and we documented the different areas that actually generated that increase from 13 million to 17 million, we have a list of what generated that change. In March, we presented to you the second interim report again. We still didn't open, and that's when staff review, the line items in the budget, the things that we didn't use for the last 3 months, and the things that we know we will not need as projecting for the close of the year. We dropped some more of those, like substitute costs. We didn't need the same level of substitutes in the system this past year. We didn't need the same level of special ed transportation. That alone is a $2 million contract. So the more, every moment in time that we are looking at our budgets, there are changes, and every changes to our revenues and expenses have a direct impact to our ending balance. And I wanted to walk you through how that is and what that looked like for 2021. All right, so in this year also, we have such a great opportunity because of these one-time monies. There's an influx of one-time monies, and I actually had second thoughts on calling this slide the way that I called it, but that is the reality that we live in. These one-time monies can mask the budget reality, the fiscal realities that we have, like 2/3 of the districts up and down the state, but it is an opportunity. And how do we use it in order to create, as I mentioned in a previous, not too long ago, when I presented information on these 2 buckets of one-time monies, it's both a challenge and an opportunity. Is how do we create those long-lasting impact by using these one-time monies? And we've heard this before, this argument, especially under the Governor Brown era. We were getting one-time monies every year, I think for a straight 4 years, right? Dr. Thompson, at least a straight 4 years. And when you get it, even though it's one time, it no longer looks like one time, right? The challenge, of course, is when the state tells us this is one-time money, we have to plan accordingly. We have to plan it as if it's one-time money, not as if it's ongoing money. So going back to the two buckets of federal and state money that we get, those are clearly one-time funds. Adding what our restricted ending balance is, which I call it our lifeline, our saving grace. We treat these three buckets of money as all one-time monies because they're not going to replenish. Once you spend them once, they're gone. And how do we use them to create long-lasting impact in the system really is a big challenge for all of us. So the difference in this year, and not that it hasn't happened before, is our budget development process included one-time monies in our multi-year projections. And I wanted to show what those sources are. So I mentioned earlier that a multi-year projection or a budget really has little to do on whether it's accurate or right or wrong. It's really more that we need to concentrate on the assumptions that are being made in building that budget. So before you, since we are a non-community funded district or a non-basic aid district, we rely on the state. We are what is called, what used to be a revenue limit district. We are an LCFF revenue limit district. And these are the factors that are used in calculating our LCFF revenue. So when it comes down to it, these are the things that are going to be questioned by our oversight agency, which is the county office. So in other words, if I used anything but a 5.07 COLA, I would like to use a 10% COLA, right? But can I defend it? And what data do I have, or what indicators do I have for me to use a COLA different than that? If the fact of the matter that my enrollment or our enrollment has been on average declining 280 year after year in the last 5 years, and I use a different number or a much different number than that, I need to be able to defend it to our county. So these are the assumptions that are built in terms of us calculating our LCFF revenue. That's the revenue side. So now these are the expense side. Now, there's a lot of moving parts in the budget, but what I put here are the major things that allows us, or that help us build those building blocks in terms of the expenditure side. And I'm not going to read all of them, but they are here. The things that we know, information and data that are known at that time, leading to the finalization of that budget book and the time that we have to package it all together to meet the deadline for the board meeting. We will incorporate everything that we know at that time. With this screen, I would like to add one thing that we learned after this was finalized. If there was, at this point in time, if there is a risk to the proposed budget that is in the public hearing in a later item, that risk is the unemployment insurance rate. As you can see here, we've heard, and I think I've explained to you that for many, many years, the unemployment insurance rate had been 0.05%. Now, for 21-22, we are told by EDD that it will go up to 1.23. And I think we've extrapolated what that means in terms of dollars. It's a big jump, right? It's about $1 million to New Haven. Now, in the 2 out years, I've used those based on other information that we are hearing, given the state of the economy and unemployment rates coming down, that we didn't, while we were told, or while we were given a recommendation to project it in the out years, that it's not going to be at the same level as 1.23%. After packaging this up together, we are hearing that these might be a little way too low for what unemployment insurance would look like in the 2 out years. So I would say, given the information that we know at this point in time, the unemployment insurance rate that I am assuming here is the risk to the budget. The good news is that is the reason why statutorily we are given the chance to update the budget for first interim, moving on to the entire budget cycle for the year. So I wanted to show it to you, given the fact that there is a public hearing involved for the proposed budget, an overview of what that process looks like and the assumptions that we are using in the budget that we'll be presenting to you for adoption on June 15. Are there any questions?
Question here. Trustee Gonzalez has a question.
Yes. Keep going.
Okay, sorry about that. First of all, I want to, Ms. Hillman, I want to commend you. I sleep comfortable knowing that you are our CBO. And I know I criticize or I challenge our board with what other districts are doing, but I put you up against any of them anytime. You're doing, you simplify, you do a good job. So thank you for that. I just have one question. This is to you, and it's not a got you. You know, it's fairly simple, yes or no question. When the January budget proposal is approved in January by our board, can we make simple changes before the June 15 adoption when we get the May revise out? And then is it a living document? Can we make changes to it? That's it.
I want to make sure I understand the question. Is the question after the May revise, because you mentioned January, after the May revise is issued, can we make changes to that budget leading to June 15?
Either or, before the May revise or after, before June 15.
Okay. To answer your last comment, it is a living document. A budget is a plan until we're getting ready to close those books. Then that's no longer a plan. But as we are going through the proposed budget, going through the budget cycle throughout the year, it is a living document, and we do make changes accordingly. And yes, we do. And that's the kind of review that we do leading to whether it's a 45-day budget revision or a first interim update.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no more comment or question from the board members, we are moving on to thank you so much for all the very comprehensive presentation and about the process. Thank you so much, Ms. Hillman. Next agenda item, we are public hearing. We are entering in public hearing agenda item number 9.1. Public hearing proposed budget for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. We will now convene a public hearing to receive public testimony regarding the proposed budget for the fiscal year 2021-2022 and multi-year projections for 2022, 2023, and 2023-2024. As part of this public hearing, members of the public may comment on this proposed budget for 2021-2022 and multi-year projections for 2021/2020, 2022/2023, and 2023/2024. Are there any speakers? I don't see any hands up. So seeing no speakers, is there any comment or question from the fellow board members? Seeing none, we are moving because there is no action taken, it's just a public hearing. So we are moving on to agenda item number 9.2, public hearing 2021 local control accountability plan, LCAP, and 2021 local control funding formula, LCFF budget overview for parents and 2021 LCAP federal addendum. Mr. Pisani. We will now convene. Yeah, there is no.
Just a public hearing.
Yes, just public hearing, right? So we will now convene a public hearing to receive public testimony regarding the 2021 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, 2021 Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, budget overview for parents, and 2021 LCAP federal addendum. Are there any speakers? I don't see any speakers and hands up. So we are moving on to the next agenda item. Just thank you so much for your comprehensive presentation. So all of my questions, they were answered. Thank you so much. So moving on to the information items, 10.1 item from the board and superintendent. Let's start with Dr. Thompson first.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just want to congratulate our Logan and Connolly and Dakota grads. That was what a great way to end the most abnormal year in the most normal way possible. And thanks for all of you for being there. That was a great way to end the year. This is my thank you, the time where I want to give out some thank yous as well to the teachers and staff that worked so hard all year to get this year completed. It's I know they're not listening now, but you know, they deserve that shout out and that thanks anyway. And that goes through, and then that extends to our admin staff. I mean, I think you just saw, you know, at the site level what Ron's team put together, and if you made it to any of the other promotion ceremonies, kind of symbolic of the work that they put in. And then to the district team, Scott and Annette in particular, doing such great work on the LCAP, 186 pages and the 300 pages of our budget, plus all the work going into completing our strategic plan goals and getting really not using the pandemic as an excuse to not get things done, but to keep pushing work forward and using it as an opportunity to really embrace the strategic plan and find new ways to make it even better. And then finally, I'd like to thank the board. This has to have been one of the toughest years in the history of education to be a board member, and having our new board come together in December, right before the pandemic. Oh my goodness. I can't think of a more difficult task. And you've done a great job of keeping things together, moving us forward, supporting staff. So thank you, all of you as well. And like I said, those are my comments tonight. Thank you, comments. So thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Melissa Mallory, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Well, first of all, it was an honor and a privilege and just a blast attending, the James Logan High School graduation. And I did, 1 week before that, we had the Conley Caraballo High School graduation. I was able to attend that as well. So those were great. It was great to see the students, to congratulate them in person, to see, this is what we're doing, right? As a school board, is we're making sure that our students graduate ready to take on the world and perhaps college or university as well. So that's really wonderful. I want to wish everybody a happy Pride Month. We met at 12:30 today, Dr. Thompson and I got to meet Mr. Pisani and Mr. McNamara in person for the first time to take pictures in front of the Pride flag in front of the district office. And then I kind of spent my lunch like running around to the different schools and taking pictures of all the Pride flags. It's really great. And I hope that our community and our students see it and that they know that there's a place for them within our district, and that it helps make them feel safe coming to adults within the district for help if they need it. I also am almost done with my master's in governance. I have one more session left. So I thought I'd report that back to the board. And I just wanted to bring something up. I guess we can discuss it later. The Conley Caraballo High School graduation, it was, I kind of noticed it by luck. That was on our list of things to attend. And I know that President Chima and I were attending, but I would like to see more representation there going forward. Like, just like we do with James Logan, we should honor our graduates from Conley as well. So that's it.
Thank you. I see Trustee Linda Canlis. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, I too would like to congratulate our graduates. It was so wonderful to see students in person. and witness their successes. This is what we are here for, to help students move forward. And it was so nice to see that happening. Just to answer Miss Trustee Mallory's comment about, we've attended all of the, I know I've attended all the last 10 years. This time happened to be a conflict, so I wasn't able to attend. So we've always attended all the graduation, including the middle school, not the 5th graders, because we didn't attend the promotion in the past, but we've attended all the middle school, independent school, Dakota school, and Logan, of course. So it just has been a conflict this year. And I would like to congratulate Trustee Mallory for attending the MIG classes. Those are so informative, and it kind of helps us think about things and ask questions about what we do for our students. I would also like to thank the students, the parents, and the staff for persisting and doing their best this year in spite of the challenges we face, something that we've never done before, yet everybody kept on pushing and achieved their goals. So thank you for your patience. We survived it. We saw our kids graduate, promoted in person, and I think we're off to a wonderful summer school, and I am looking forward to full in-person attendance for everyone, students and staff, in the fall. So with that said, I don't think I could wait for June 15th to say this, because I don't think anybody else will be looking at us by then, but hopefully somebody's watching today and could hear that we wish them well, and looking forward to seeing them in September. Thank you.
Thank you. For your comments, Trustee Michael Gonzalez, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just want to say that there was a mix-up on the dates for the Conley graduation. Conley is absolutely a special place. My niece went there and thrived. She met her husband. I have grandnephews that are from Conley. That's where she met her high school sweetheart. So absolutely shout out to Conley, the graduates. Going to the Logan graduation, the last time I went to that, in the middle of the Logan football field, was actually on my graduation. And what was special was I ran into some of my former classmates, and their kids were graduating. So just a lot of love, a lot of celebration. Not to discount class of 2020, but 2021 is a very special class. Okay, they have tremendous adversity they have gone through, and wow, I can't wait to see what they're going to do in the world. But having already hurdled through that, their life is going to just take off from there. One other tender moment was, and shout out to Trustee Schwinn Mallory and President Chima. I didn't realize how popular President Chima is, but wow, she knows a lot of people. Wow. And I went to, along with Dr. Thompson, I did go to the Cesar Chavez 8th grade promotion. I didn't get to stay there the entire time, but I was there for my niece, and I did get to meet the principal. I knew who he was. My mom was very close. They shared lockers at Logan together. Very a special friend. I know the cousins. But I did get a bond with him, talk to him. But by far the most special moment that week was when my niece walked the stage, and the family in there was my parents, my brother and sister-in-law, and my mom yelled out, "That's my friends, the principal. That's my trustee son, and that's my granddaughter." And she started tearing. And so just to see my mom, one of the strongest woman I know to tear up. It was a rare sight, and it really a tender moment. So very, very special. So I know how special it is for those parents out there. I mean, I last time I seen some of these kids, they were babies, and so very, very special, very amazing. But one thing I do want to mention, I just want to transition. I just want to talk about this for a minute. And it's a little righteous indignation that's kind of in me right now, and I do apologize for it, but I'm deeply disappointed with our ABAR anti-bias, anti-racist training only being a pilot program and not a district-wide implementation. Other districts are going full speed ahead on this, and I don't understand why we're waiting on this. And the comments that haunt me, that I keep hearing, I'm quick to deny is and again, this is from constituents, and this is what I hear. Their concerns is so the comments they have made is our top leaders are white privileged males who do not live in our community, and so I say that the school board has to be the ones to dismantle systems of oppression. Why can't our district roll out ABAR training in a world of hate crimes, mass shootings, police violence, AAIP hate crimes? Our district should take a stand out on that. And so, if we feel uncomfortable about talking about racism and bias, and you have privilege and you are in leadership positions, white males, that sounds like protectors or gatekeepers of institutional racism. And by making sure that we are not disrupting that system. So anyways, I'm not going to go any deeper in it, other than to say that we need to have courageous conversations and bold solutions on this. And that's it. That's all I want to say. I yield my time.
Thank you. I do see Dr. Thompson, your hand up first. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I understand where Trustee Gonzalez is coming from, and it was a source of much conversation. So one of the things that we've done in the process for selecting our training for next year is work hand in hand with our employee groups and our stakeholder groups as well. But when it gets down to it, we're really talking about educating our employees. And we've had some really bad experiences in the past trying to implement this training. And it's left particularly the leaders of our bargaining units gun shy about how to move forward. So we, as much as we'd like to scale this across the district next year, we listen to our employee groups. We listen to them about how we want to roll this out. The other piece that raised some concern and the need to want to do a pilot first is that the group that we've selected is a progressive group recommended by the stakeholders, but they've never done anything like this on a district level. So there was strong interest with our labor partners to just take a step back. Let's make sure we're doing this right. Let's make sure that this is the right group that can really move this forward. And let's try it first. So the reason why we're not scaling it district-wide in September is because we are partnering with our labor partner and listening to them, and really want to make sure we've got the right group and that it's gonna get us what we need. So again, this is based on, and you weren't here and I wasn't here either really when this went badly, but it has gone badly before in this district. And like I said, it's left people gun shy about it, understandably. So that it's not that we're choosing to do this, it's that we're collaborating with the very people that are going to be receiving this training to do it in a way that they can support. Because we know this, if they don't support it, there's no point in even trying it. We need to bring them forward with us together. So that's why we're doing it with the pilot first in the first semester of the fall.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. And I don't see any other hand up. Okay. So any other board member have any comments? So for me, it was my privilege and honor to attend several promotions and graduation, 5th grade, 8th grade, and of course, both of our high schools. I wish all the good luck to our families and look forward to in-person summer school and also PLA, option. So that's good to know. And do we have any graduation? We used to have a graduation after the summer program because some of the high school kids, they will make up their credits. So are we going to have something? Just find out and let us know in case there is. Yeah. So that's it. Next agenda item, board committee reports, 11.1 report from the Budget and Finance Committee. Member Canlis and Member Gonzalez, do you have any report?
Trustee Gonzalez, would you like to start, please?
Would you do the honors and I'll follow you?
All righty then. A lot of the information shared at the meeting was shared here tonight, but I would like to add and emphasize that the good news for the May revise, the state has a surplus of $75 billion, and that's with a B. So that's good news for the state of California. Well, what does that mean to us? Prop 98 is up by $8 billion. So our COLA moved from 3.84% in January to 5.07%, as Ms. Heldman shared with us earlier. That's a delta of approximately $1 million in the district revenue from LCFF. Is that correct, Ms. Heldman? And that's good news. Overall, the increase for 2021-22 and LCFF revenues for the district is approximately 4.8 million compared to prior year. But that's not the increase in COLA is not applicable to special ed, and special ed only has 4.05%. And child nutrition, which is 1.70%. Let's see. It was also shared, that was shared to illustrate the declining enrollment and how COLA is offset by the revenue loss and the cost increases. She also shared at the meeting, we also saw the illustration of a 1-year relief from hold harmless provision on ADA as allowed by the state, which otherwise would have caused deeper revenue losses. Would you like to add some more, Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes, absolutely. You did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we had stakeholders at the meeting. Appreciate all the folks who, it is a public meeting, so I appreciate everybody who attended, the public. I'll just speak specifically what I was inquiring about, which was, well, it was fresh, the May revise when we had our Budget and Finance Committee. And so one of the questions I was asking about, LAUSD has $2 billion. How much do we got? You know, they found out right away, day of, how much money they got. And it's because you can easily take out a calculator and punch that in. They're a 16th of the district. And so we are absolutely a tiny sliver fraction of that. And it's more difficult for us to punch those numbers out. But Ms. Hillman did a great job in her presentation with those numbers, great analysis. So one of the things I kept mentioning was about lower class size. This, lower class size, bringing that down 1 year kind of deal, and more staff. And so those were my comments that I brought forward and talked about, discussed. And so that concludes my report. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your report. And every time I see it, I used to be on this committee. I feel like, oh my God, I need to present some report. Then I know now. Okay, next 11.2 report from the Communication and Advocacy Committee. Who would like to? Member Nishira and Member Sean Mallory.
Yep. I'll report out. So we met on May 13th, and we discussed a draft creative brief with that Spark Media created. And this creative brief will help kind of guide our process. It's going to outline some basic goals, some founding principles, and some guidelines that are going to help us make an identity mark that is best for our district. So we have a draft of that we're currently commenting on that we will continue to revise on. We'll be sharing that with the board in due time, so that when by the time the committee is ready to recommend a direction, that this board has all the context that it needs to be able to make a great decision. We did have an agenda topic to review the communication plan that Dr. Thompson drafted, which is a 3-year look forward of all of the things within Goal 4 and the communication specific action initiatives. We will table that to the next meeting, but we're currently reviewing that to be discussed at our next communication and advocacy meeting on June 9th. June 9th, which is next Thursday. That is, I think, the summary of what we've done so far. Trustee Mallory, anything that you would like to add on? Okay.
Nope,
Thank you. That concludes our report. Thank you, President Chima.
Thank you. Appreciate that. One thing I feel like maybe I can talk during the board's request, that we need to have some content here in the executive content about the report you guys prepared, so that it gets it becomes part of this board agenda, and members of the public, when they go through our agenda items, they will be able to see it. We can capture it. It might be captured in somewhere on our website, and if that's the case, then we can just embed it here. Click here to see the report or minutes. So, okay, next 11.3.
I have a question.
Sure.
Regarding the request, there are minutes for the meeting online from the district. So I'm wondering if we do something like that, we could just attach that one.
Yeah, just maybe embed the link here if they're on the website.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next is agenda item number 11.3, report from the Policy Review Committee. Member Gonzalez and Member Shannon Mallory.
We have not had our first meeting yet. And looking, our meeting is scheduled for
June 29th.
June
Thank you.
29th. Yeah,
June 29th, Tuesday.
thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. So other committees, 11.4, agenda item number 4. I do see a hand up from Trustee Linda Canlis. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, we have another AXPA meeting this Thursday with the e-board to discuss possible in-person meeting with the Alameda County School Board members. Because of the pandemic, a lot of the people have not, especially the newly elected one, have not met other school board members except probably Trustee Mallory at her mid classes. She's probably met new people, but a lot of the new ones have not met most of the people here in Alameda County. So our plan is to find a date this summer to be able to host a meeting with all the members and trustee in Alameda County this summer. So that should be good. And there will be food. So if we do it, there will be food. That should entice people to come. Thank you.
Thank you. So other reports from the other subcommittees. How about trustee Michael Gonzalez from SELPA? Do we have anything to report?
No, SELPA is happening this month. It hasn't happened yet, so I will have a report. Put me on the agenda for next meeting.
Okay, thank you. So there was no meeting for the city council and the school board joint meeting for me from the Mission Valley ROP. They had their graduation student of the year award ceremony as well, but they went all virtual. And that's it. And they're also looking forward to the ribbon cutting ceremony for our James Logan High School new kitchen. Yeah. Okay, seeing no further hand up. Next is agenda item number 12.1, recommended approval of readmissions. Education Code Section 48900. May I have a motion and a second to approve the readmission of student number 1 and 2?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, any question, answer? We had our questions answered during the closed door session. So roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Swen Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 12.2, recommended denial of readmissions. Education Code Section 48900. May I have a motion and a second to deny readmission to student number 1?
So moved.
Seconded.
Discussion, comment, question? Seeing none. Okay, trustee Michael Gonzalez. Go
I
ahead,
have
please.
to recuse myself on this one from voting, abstain on this.
Okay, that you can do that during the roll call, please.
Okay.
Yeah, so seeing none, roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Abstain.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Swen Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Okay, resolution 12.3, resolution number 051-2021, approval of membership to the district's Measure M Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. May I have a motion and second to approve resolution number 051-2021, approval of membership to the district's Measure M Citizens Bond Oversight Committee?
So moved.
Seconded.
Discussion, comment, or questions? Seeing none, I have my questions answered, and Dr. Thompson have sent the information regarding this appointment in our BCC as well. Roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Swen Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 12.4, ratification of purchase of student Chromebooks pursuant to Public Contract Code Section 201-18, piggyback statutes from CDW Government LLC 2020-2021 and 2020-2022, sorry about that. May I have a motion and a second to ratify the purchase of 3,000 student Chromebooks from CDW Government LLC pursuant to Public Contract Code Section 201-18, piggyback statutes 2020-2021, 2021-2022. Any discussion, comment, or question from the board members?
Yes,
See-
question?
Okay, sure.
Quick
Go
question there.
ahead.
I
Go
missed
ahead,
that.
trustee.
Yeah, I missed that in the attachment. How much is each one Chromebook?
I think we have it broken out by a unit price. You'd have to divide the total number by the cost. I could get out a
3,000.
calculator, but
1.2468. Ms. Eldman, do you have any idea? Scott, Go ahead, please.
Yeah, the unit price for an Acer Chromebook is $340.
Is that okay? Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. So seeing no further questions, roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Swen Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 12.5, approval of expanded learning opportunities grant plan 2020-2021 and 2021-2022. May I have a motion and a second to approve the expanded learning opportunities grant ELOG plan 2021-2020, 2020-2021 and 2021-2022.
So moved.
Discussion, comment, or questions? Seeing none. John, can you please update us a little bit about this? Because I see is it expenditure 7.118? So it's the physical plan we have put it together. Is that true?
Yeah, and I sent detailed information about this in a board update, but
Right.
the bottom line is, in order for us to spend the money, we have to allocate it in the buckets that the state requires. So this is just simply the first plan that would allow us to be able to continue forward with using this money for the things that we've outlined in other areas already, after school interventions, things like that. So we have to do it, and we know, and the state knows that things will change. And we have the opportunity as we shift through to change as the times change. But we have to at least initially designate money in the different buckets. This is a template that the state requires and we don't have any flexibility over.
This is the one I was talking about, that is just a placeholder for now. Yeah,
Correct.
thank you. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Swen Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 12.6, resolution number 062-2021, acceptance of the district's student information system, SIS, evaluation committee recommendation to the select ARIES software incorporate as the district's student information system. May I have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 062-2021, acceptance of the district's student information system, SIS, evaluation committee's recommendation to select ARIES software incorporate as the district's student information system. Request for proposal number 820.
So moved.
Seconded.
Any question, comment, or discussion? Seeing none, I have asked my questions. One of my questions was that if we can, because we are not implementing this until next year, so I was asking that if we can save for 1 year's cost to not give the licensing fees for this year. But my question was answered, but I do see Frank Delapo present here. Appreciate that. So please update.
Yeah, I sent that information out to the board in an email earlier today, but the contract, the year one doesn't start until we begin implementing the program. So it won't start until 22-23. That'll be year one of the 5-year contract.
Okay, so thank you. And do you want to still speak, Frank Delapo? I see your hand up. Frank, do you want to speak? I don't see him.
He's not in the,
Yeah, but somehow his hand is up. Now he has lowered. Okay, here he is. Thank you. Thank you. You are muted.
My apologies. Yes, and that is exactly the case. We're starting the contract July 2022. And we'll still be working with Aries starting in September 2021 to get everything in ready and get all the data transferred and all that so that we're ready to start July 2022. And so there's really there's no money being outlaid until July 2022.
Oh, I see.
That implementation cost, Aries knows and bundle that into that first year. So we're paying for that, but they just won't be able to collect on that basically until July 2022.
I see. Thank you so much for the clarification.
No problem.
I
Thank you.
appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anytime.
So we already have a motion. So a roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Swin Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Next agenda item 12.7, approval of contract with the Quetzal Education Consulting for 2021 to 2022. May I have a motion and a second to approve the contract with Quetzal Education Consulting for 2021-2022?
So moved.
Discussion, comment, question? Seeing no hand up. Roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Swin Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 12.8, resolution number 063-2021, reduction of the classified staff. May I have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 063-2021, reduction of classified staff?
So moved.
Second.
Comment, question, or so seeing none, but I can share it with you what we discussed with Dr. Thompson. This employee actually his hours, they are not being reduced, but he is giving a different 0.5 different assignment. So I did requested to add this information here so that it's more kind of for the clarification purposes, but somehow it did get missed. So actually there is no reduction, so to speak. Is that true?
As we provided the clarification that in the discussion, and there's nobody employed that's losing any work because of this.
Right, but it gives the other impression other way around.
Yeah, it's in the discussion like we talked about.
Yeah, okay. Roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Swin Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 13, consent agenda items. So are there any items on which trustees have questions or need clarification or would like pulled for separate vote? Seeing none. No hand up. So may I have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 13.1 through 13.8?
So moved.
Seconded.
A roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Swin Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 14, there is nothing. Number 15, governance review. 15.1, assessment of governance procedures and protocols. Anyone has any feedback? Seeing none, moving on to next agenda item 16.1, board member requests. Are there any requests from the board members? So I do see one hand up from trustee Michael Gonzalez. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to request a copy of that ABAR training, if that's possible. I don't know if it's on a slide or White Fragility book that you guys are reading, or is there something you can send an attachment to me? Keep me occupied, keep me busy this summer.
Yeah, and Mr. Design, I think I know we have a link we can send probably even more resources than we have there's a link in the actual agenda item, but I think I'll let Mr. Bazzani share with what we can provide, but definitely.
Yeah, I can provide you the Educator's Guide to White Fragility, which is the prompts that were used to engage our leadership team in discussion around each of the chapters of White Fragility. I can send that to you in an email in the morning if that's appropriate.
I think you're also asking about the Quetzal training as well. Is that correct?
So again, the Quetzal professional development modules are online, and we will be working with Quetzal to make that available. We'll put in the request to make that available to the members of our board as well.
Perfect.
Yeah, in the past, we have gotten the privilege, if we have time and want to put effort into it, to go through some of the similar trainings in the past. So we have done it, and thank you so much for Trustee Gonzalez for stepping up and participating in that professional development. And any other trustee, if they have time, they can ask for as Scott said, he will share the link with all of us, right? Whoever
Yes.
wants to participate, right?
Yes.
And I was inquiring from Dr. Thompson the other day when we were setting up the agenda, that how many modules they have, how long is one module, so we can have some sense of that, how much time is expected. So
I can provide some of that information. Each module, when the staff is going to be engaged, will be approximately 2 hours per month or 18 hours over the course of next school year. And so that's the time commitment for the completion of each of the modules.
And my recommendation is that we all go through this. That part of our leadership team at the district is part of the ARC, the Anti-Racist Committee, but we'll be going through it with some of our stakeholders. But I strongly recommend that the board engage in this too. So we'll provide that opportunity, and you can access it as you can.
okay, thank you so much. So seeing no further hands up and no further requests, and I appreciate that executive content summary request from the previous board request, so I appreciate that. And seeing no further, so this